Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
All right. I'm here. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you all for being here this morning. It's going to be a fantastic day. Got a lot on the schedule. Kimmy, congratulations. You're also here this morning. First in chat. I think this is the first. I think this is the first time for you, Kimmy. And if so, I'm not sure if you know that being first in chat comes with its privileges and its punishment. We're going to focus on the punishment for you. Kimmy, I see you're here. We're punishing you for being here early. You were the first person to talk in chat. We're going to sentence you to internet ownership for your overexuberance in chat, breaking the silence of the morning, the stillness, the quiet, the calm. You're clearly got a little too much energy for the day, so we're going to sentence you to internet ownership. You're responsible for everything IT-related worldwide. All the calls will be routed to you. Anybody has a problem, you'll know about it. We just ask that you take care of it for the rest of us, and it would be great. So good luck with that. Good luck. And Kelly says, we'll never chat first. I don't want the internet. Kimmy, you're going to do just fine. You're going to do fine. Don't worry about it. It's going to be awesome. Sunshine's streaming in the studio this morning. It looks beautiful out there. My family's headed out to on a field trip. They're out and about. They're going somewhere. I think they're going to a historical site not far from us. So cool. I think this is their second time going there. I've never been there because I've always been live when they're on their field trips. But that's the way school goes a little bit. What is happening today? Today, oh my goodness, we're on day 5 of the Collin Griffiths trial, which is closing arguments and verdict watch. So it's going to be unique. We also have pretty soon here. We've got another case starting that's in jury selection. I'll have to check on that and see how it's doing. But wow, oh yeah, the littles are going to have a blast. They always do. All right, let's see. Welcome. First of all, thank you all for showing up here nice and early. It seems early for me because I've been in this habit of starting late. I apologize for that, but the court forces us to start early. Can't wait to hear a clear picture of what the defense is claiming. Well, they're claiming both he didn't do it and it was self-defense. And I don't know how they're going to spin that into one cohesive story because the two don't work. The two don't work. I think it would be better for defense to stick with self-defense as the claim. The biggest problem to their story of self-defense is that on the 911 call he made to the it was terrible to hear, but on the 911 call he said that it was an accident and she fell on the knife. Oops. That's going to make it hard to stick to the self-defense story. But Ayden says, you don't start late when you're the boss. You're always on time. Ayden, you have one more month, and you're going to get yourself a fancy, shiny new color of courthouse, and it's going to look great on you. Ayden, thank you very much. Longtime supporter, good friend, up there in the northern far reaches of the country. Let's celebrate some birthdays before we begin, because we do have a little moment. And let's do that. We've got Elisa and Angelo both celebrating their birthdays today. So if you can all help me in celebrating the birthdays by just standing up, taking a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Yeah, I found it. Found the note. Excellent. Here we go. We're going to sing to Elisa Angelo. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Elisa and Angelo. Happy birthday to you. Elisa and Angelo, happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have chosen to be with, but you chose to be here. Us, the privilege, the pleasure, the honor is all ours. Hopefully we can turn that back to you in some small way and make your day just a little more special. That music is super loud.
Happy birthday. You look good.
There, the judge even chimed in. I was waiting for him to say that. I saw him getting ready to talk. But help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Waffle House, Village Inn, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and all the other fine establishments that serve free breakfast for pancake people. For breakfast people, for birthday people, sorry. Tony, good morning to you as well. Happy birthday to those celebrating. I wonder how many times RA has sung happy birthday. You realize it may seem like a lot, but I grew up in a family with 10 kids. It was always someone's birthday in my family as well. We were always singing happy birthday. So, let's see, it's Hilda's birthday as well. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hilda. Happy birthday to you. Hey, the math checks out. Yeah, 10 kids, 365 days a year. Yep, that's every day. Yeah, you did the math in your head as well. Birthdays are awesome. Love celebrating birthdays. Mine is coming up. So is the drum solo. Yep, the drum solo is coming up for sure. Everyone help me at the big finish on this song by getting out your air drum stick, sitting out your air drum set, and hitting the big drum finish for the ending. Here we go. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Happy birthday to all those who are celebrating. Your poor mom. She made us sing. It's her fault. Let's see. Peeps, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Good morning to you. Congratulations on 13 months. Oh, sorry. Judge. You can't just come walking into court.
All right. As I mentioned at the end of the day yesterday, both the state and the defendant have rested their cases. The attorneys will now have the opportunity, if they wish, to make a closing argument.
They better.
Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence, nor is it your instruction on the law.
Welcome to the gallery.
However, do pay close attention to what they have to say. Their arguments are intended to aid you in understanding this case. Each side will have equal opportunity, but the state is entitled to divide its argument between an opening and a rebuttal after the defendant has given a closing argument. Does the state wish to give a closing argument?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Okay, I think it was 60.
Ladies and gentlemen,
objections.
The brutality
Lena,
and the carnage
thank you so much.
That Collin Griffith unloaded on his mom on September 8th of 2024 is as real as it gets. First, I'd like to thank you for not only being here, but for your attention. When you came to jury selection, you had no idea what type of case you might encounter. Would it be a petty theft, a DUI? But what you ultimately heard and sat on was a first-degree murder case with a second count of kidnapping. So to hear and see what you had to go through is not something that jurors see every day, and most certainly most people never think about or see. But you've heard and seen the evidence, and later this morning into the afternoon, you will be doing what you came here to do. And that is to dispense the ultimate form of justice. not because I'm asking you to do this or suggesting you do this, but based upon the facts and the evidence, the defendant sits there, a guilty person who stabbed his own mother in the neck and then watched her bleed out in front of him. The lady that brought him into this world here on earth, he took out of this world and this earth. But see, at the end of this, he has to watch you come back through those doors. And he has to stand and he has to listen to the verdict. And that verdict is out of my control. It's out of their control. It is 100% in your control. And I have faith and confidence based upon what you heard and saw that you will do the right thing and you will hold him accountable for the fury he unleashed on his mom. Because the cold hard facts and the reality is quite unthinkable when you really think about it. The reality of what that person did to his mom is a second-by-second nightmare for her. She left this world knowing that the person that took her out was the son that she gave everything to. When you're in the quietness and the privacy of the jury room, I want you to take a close look at that knife. And remember, each inch that knife went flying through Kathy Griffith's neck, through each part of her human anatomy that Dr. Griffith described. Because the reality of it, there isn't just a defendant and a victim and this happened and that happened, but the reality of it, for what the defendants accomplished, which is exactly what he wanted to do for so long. The writing was on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. The writing was on the wall. The defendant knew what he wanted to do, and it was just a matter of time. Why? Why did he have such deep-seated hatred for his mom? The lady that was just concerned about him making it to Domino's to work his 4 o'clock shift on Sunday. That's all that she wanted. They can say whatever they want about Kathy Griffith. It's all right. I'm not afraid. You shouldn't be afraid either. Because on Sunday, September 8th, Kathy Griffith did no harm, meant no harm to her son, Collin Griffith. She had one objective only, that cost her her life. And I don't know if it's sad or if it's admirable, but she knew and was willing to die and knew she would die at the hands of her son just to spend some more time with him. We heard from Detective Lacey Zenoniani that Kathy Griffith literally said she knew she would die, but as long as it meant that she could spend some more time with her son, it was worth it to her. And what thanks did Kathy Griffith get from her son? What thanks did she get? She got a foot-long butcher knife rammed into her neck. And you heard the pathway of destruction. Feeling everything through her neck, through those neck muscles, through the esophagus, through the trachea, through the cartilage, and on and on and on, as it ripped through her neck, and the shock and pain going through her body as the defendant was happy. As he followed through with what he said he would do. If nothing else, he's a man of his word. He said he would kill his mom, and he took her out. But you know what? Now he's in a court of law. Now he has to suffer whatever comes his way in the form of a verdict. And that verdict is guilty. That's guilty for what he did to his mom. As she's on the floor trying to get up, but she can't get up. She's got a gaping, open wound in her neck, compliments of her son. Thanks, Collin Griffith. Appreciate that. Kathy, who was literally dusting off his domino shoes, doing us laundry, buying him Starbucks, taking him to the movies, buying him things, getting him a phone, a computer. Now, yes, these are things that you would hope a mom would do, but not all moms do that. Whatever issues Kathy had, she didn't lack for love of her son. She wasn't there to do him harm on September 8th. Her motives were quite simple. Her motives were for Collin Griffith to return to her household by 10 a.m. Sunday. That's all she wanted. She wanted her son, who she was dusting off his domino shoes and making sure that he had a clean uniform, to be home in time to go to work. That's all she wanted. The clock was ticking. Once he turned 18, she knew he was gone. He wanted nothing to do with her. He had told her flat out he wanted to kill her. He had attacked her before. He had already killed somebody in Oklahoma. And she knew what was going to happen to her. But despite that, all that she wanted was every single minute she could have with her son. Well, she got to spend the last seconds of her life with her son as he watched down, as she gushed blood out of her open, gaping wound. The death was not instantaneous. She bled internally. She bled externally. She was fighting to get up. You see her arm finally comes underneath the island. And there comes a certain point, ladies and gentlemen, where that last drop of blood came out of her, where she took her last breath, and she died and left this earth knowing that her son butchered her. And that's the reality of it. You take a look at that knife, and you'll know what it went through, who it went through, who was holding it, what their intention was, and what they wanted to do. Operation Kill Mom accomplished. That's exactly what Collin Griffith did. There's a little PowerPoint here for some things to look at, for you to remember when you deliberate. September 8th, 2024, Kathy Griffith was murdered by Collin Griffith. That's as simple as it gets. But going back the year earlier, the first person the defendant killed before he killed Kathy Griffith, he killed that person when he shot that person 2 times with a handgun. Once in the chest and once in the head. Now you'll remember the importance of that as we continue on.
He's flirting.
You'll
with the
recall
line here.
when they downloaded the defendant's phone and they saw something on September 8th that Kathy texted Collin. Now, Collin Griffith didn't need a reason or an excuse to be mad at his mom. You've heard through so many witnesses, law enforcement, countless witnesses, that the defendant explicitly verbalized that he would kill his mom. Not only that, but he thought about different ways to accomplish that. And a reoccurring theme was that he would stab her. You don't have to guess what he was thinking or what he wanted to do. You heard from multiple law enforcement officers the defendant's statements about that he would kill his mom. And when they asked how, he gave a plethora of ways, including throwing her out of a car, shooting her. But stabbing her was a reoccurring theme. For whatever reason, the defendant got off on that. And you will recall that the defendant's anger towards his mom, it was already overbrimming. But his anger was just intensified when on Sunday, September 8th, the last day of Kathy's life, she wrote the following to Collin. Mind you, her only intention, despite all these threats that she didn't want to have to carry through with, was to get the defendant home. That's it. But she wrote to him, Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing and then she wrote the person's name. In planning the murder,
this is
there are
close.
4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud, where you told your dad you hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too. Let's stop for a minute. The defendant called and thinks his mom was an evil bitch. That has just so much malice and hatred, once again, to the lady that was trying to do everything she could. I mean, God, we saw Ring videos. She's cleaning all the time. She's doing laundry. She makes sure that his house is stocked with food. She has clean clothes for him. He has his own room. He has his own Xbox, computers, cell phone. She's giving him the credit card to go to Starbucks to buy sandwiches and drinks, taking him to the movies. Anything and everything to make him happy. And you know what kind of thanks she got. Thanks to Collin Griffith, stand-up guy that he is. And then what did she expect from him? Did she expect for him to be remodeling the house or doing all this work? No. She wanted minimal things. She wanted respect, as any mother deserved. She wanted the defendant to pick up a damn finger and do some chores, to weed whack the backyard. Was it 10 acres of property that she wanted him to go outside in the 90-degree weather and push a lawnmower? No. It was a nice, modest backyard that she wanted the defendant to take care of some business, like the man he was supposed to turn into. But if it interfered, God forbid, with him playing video games or him taking his walk, then piss on his mom. That was his attitude. It's 100% his attitude. He didn't want to be bothered. She wanted him to put up a bookshelf. The defendant didn't want to do it. She wanted him to clean up the room because there were a bunch of ants and cockroaches that were crawling around Collin Griffith's candy bags, but it might interfere with him getting some fresh air. So he just blew her off. Day after day, time after time, the defendant wanted to do nothing but what he wanted to do. And you know what? Life would go on if that was the worst of his ways. But he also had that hatred. So every time his mom would ask him to do something reasonable, that hatred would brim. He has told you what he thinks of his mom, that she is an evil bitch. This is what he's saying about his own mom who brought him into this world, his own flesh and blood, and that's what he thinks of her. Kathy continues on. My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, email, texts, and phone records are all being sent. So we continue on with the PowerPoint. This is the last day of Kathy Griffith's life. The defendant's life would go on, but Kathy Griffith would cease to exist here on this earth. And there she is on Sunday, unsuspecting the violence that would be coming her way from her son. It should have been just another Sunday afternoon. Should she have not gone over there? Should Collin have gone somewhere else? You know, these questions really don't matter because the reality is what happened. She said there are 2 things that are going to happen. He's either going to come home with me or he can follow in his own car. She didn't say I'm going to go over there and I'm going to smoke him, I'm going to beat his ass, I'm going to stab him, I'm going to shoot him, I'm going to do any of that stuff. She wanted to go over there and bring him back. She didn't even want to have to go drive 2.5 hours over there. It would have been real simple if the defendant just came home. But once again, that's beside the point because the reality is he didn't come home, he didn't want to come home. That's the way life is sometimes. But she wanted to accomplish one thing, to have the defendant come home, not to do him harm, and she did nothing to him. No violence, no threats, nothing. That was it. She even told her mom one of the last conversations was when she got over there, if he refused to come, then she would call the police. So there's Kathy, wearing the exact clothes that she changed into that she would die in. She was a big fan of coffee. The shirt she was wearing said something about coffee or die, kind of like the motto, live free or die. So there's Kathy, unsuspecting of what would happen a few short hours later. With her black t-shirt and her jean shorts and her black Under Armour flip-flops that she would be killed in. She picked up her Kate Spade bag, purse, backpack, put it over her shoulder. Interestingly enough, if you call one of the ladies, I don't recall if it was Miss Bell or Miss Jones, but they said when she pulled up and when she got out of the car that she threw her bag over her shoulder and she went up to the house, which is exactly how it appears that she carried her bag. The same bag, ladies and gentlemen, that she was holding when the defendant attacked her and stabbed her in the neck, the same bag that got blood all over it, holding her bag over her shoulder, and her keys and everything else that fell on the ground when the defendant attacked her. Does that sound like somebody, a lady who's attacking the defendant with their bag over their shoulder, holding their car keys and their charger? Of course not, because it didn't happen that way. And then this was it. You all remember when the door closed. In retrospect, it's quite eerie. The door closes. Kathy never returned to that house. That house that she kept immaculately clean. Kathy went off with her bag over her shoulder. A stocked fridge, stocked snacks, clean. Doesn't look like there's a thing out of place. Keeping a clean, safe, loving environment for Collin. Did Kathy have issues? She did. But she's a human being. You heard about her history and what she had to endure. Did that mean she should be stabbed and left to bleed out by her own son? Of course not. That's why he needs to be held responsible. So, this fancy overhead picture. What is the importance of this? Well, now I'm going to talk a little bit about the jury instructions. I'm not going to go into a bunch of jury instructions. You're going to hear those. They're very important. They're long, but I'm going to hit you with two quick things. The first-degree murder and the kidnapping. I want you to look at this picture here. This is where Collin Griffith murdered his mom with premeditation and intent. This is where Collin Griffith stabbed his mom and killed her. You see the mulch. You see the entryway. You see the carport. Now you'll recall that Miss Sally Bell, the lady getting ready for church, lived right here. Nancy Jones lived here. Nancy Jones had a more obstructive view just because of the sheer angle of it. This corner here of Susan Detman's house prevented her from actually seeing what was going on. But she did see the defendant reach out, grab Kathy, and pull her in. Now, Sally Bell had a much clearer view. Sally Bell, time is important, okay? Time is important. You guys like a good timeline, and you have a pretty good timeline. Sally Bell goes to church religiously, no pun intended. She gets ready, she leaves roughly a little before 5 o'clock. Every Sunday, her and her husband get ready, they go to church. The defendant wasn't going to church on Sunday, he was getting ready to murder his mom. So Sally Bell, she sees the defendant after Kathy comes over, and is Kathy mad? Is she happy? Of course she's not happy. That doesn't mean she's being violent, and she wasn't violent. She was moving her hands. Sally made it clear. It wasn't threatening or violent or physical. She was animated, moving her hands as she was talking. And she wanted her son to come home. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So Sally saw and heard, and it was loud enough because she was inside looking out her front window. She saw the defendant grab his own mom. Remember, this isn't a stranger, which would be bad enough. He grabbed his own mom by the hair. He thinks she's an evil bitch. He wants to kill her. He's told people he's going to kill her. He's battered her and attacked her before on November 14th in Port Charlotte. And now he's just doing the same thing again. And his mom paid the price. But you know what? He's going to pay the price when you come back with a guilty verdict. He is going to pay the price because of your verdict. And he grabbed his mom by the hair, and she said, "Stop, stop, you're hurting me, let go." This is his mom begging and pleading for her own son to stop pulling her hair. Who does that? He does that, and he did it. So what happens? Who's doing violence to who? I ask you that. Who is being violent to who? The mom is not being violent in any way, shape, or form to her son. She is doing nothing to him. Nothing to him. But good old Collin Griffith grabs his mom and he yanks her, he pulls her, he drags her. Who cares what verb you want to use? The point of the story is that he pulled her and dragged her into the house. She didn't have a choice because her hair was being pulled and her head and her body was being dragged into the house. Why did the defendant do that? Because he was about to unleash and quench his bloodlust for his mom. He was going to accomplish what he wanted to do for whatever it was, weeks, months, a year. And his bloodlust was going to be quenched at the price and at the cost of his mom and her dignity and her life. So why did he bring her inside? Well, it's quite clear why he brought her inside: to unleash additional violence on her. He wanted to isolate her. He didn't want witnesses to what he was about to do. Okay? That was roughly around 5 o'clock. Now, I want to tell you something. The 911 call was at 6:14, okay? That is an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to tell you something. They weren't talking or hanging out for an hour and 15 minutes. Quite the contrary. This was a powder keg that was exploding. This was a powder keg that was exploding. What was he doing for that hour and 15 minutes after he killed his mom? Connect the dots, do the math. But as soon as he pulled her inside, it was just the continuation of the beginning of the end. So for kidnapping, I'm going to start with count two. Count two, kidnapping. This is what I have to prove. 3 elements. Collin Griffith forcibly or secretly or by threat confined or abducted or imprisoned Catherine Griffith against her will. That's exactly what he did. He forcibly grabbed her by the hair and pulled her inside against her will. Did she enjoy that? Did she walk into that house voluntarily when Collin dragged her inside? When, as she said in one of the videos, when he already beat her ass on a number of occasions? No, quite the contrary. He forcibly did those things against her will. So now Kathy knows what's going to happen. Maybe she doesn't know she's about to get killed, but she knows the violence that's about to happen. Because now the defendant has her all alone with no eyes to see, no neighbors to help, and he has her all alone. He's a lot bigger than her. He's a lot stronger than her. He weighs a lot more. He's younger than her. And she was alone. Now, this is no stranger to her. She shouldn't have had to have been afraid of her own son. But now the reality is he's dragged her in by the hair. She's begging for him to let go. But does he care? No.
Kaylee, an hour and 15 minutes.
And he amps it up even more.
1 hour, 15 minutes.
He yanks her and pulls her so hard that, as we recall, in the mulch here is one of her AirPods. Boom. They go inside. She would, you know what? She never came out of that house again alive. She came out dead. Dead, with no blood in her body. Thanks to Collin Griffith. This is the last time that she would enter any place. And this is the pathway to further destruction. This is literally the trail to her death at the hands and the knife of Collin Griffith. yanked her by the hair. She didn't stand a chance. He dragged her, pulled her, get out of the source, use whatever words you want to use, and he brought her, boom, through the living room. Her other AirPod falls out. This is the violence and the force that the defendant's doing. Not only that, she loses her AirPod case. And we know where this is headed. We know the path that this is headed. That house is immaculate. Susan Detman keeps an immaculate house. That is a fact. That is evidence. Susan Detman keeps an immaculate house. Kathy Griffith, her daughter, keeps an immaculate house. There's no signs of a long fight. Kathy Griffith was in no position or no desire to fight. And the defendant had all the power, all the sick, twisted power, all the strength, all the size to his short, defenseless, unarmed mom. Does that sound like a fair fight? Or does that sound cowardly and violent? Well, that's what kept going on. There he is. That is the face of Collin Griffith after he murdered his mom. Those are the eyes that looked at his mom as he shoved that knife so deep in her neck that it literally came out the other side of her neck. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Collin Griffith. Collin Griffith dragged his mom over there. Collin Griffith, in his mind, now we're moving on, well, I suppose before we move on to the premeditation part, I told you there were 3 elements of kidnapping. We've already hit the first one. Second one, Collin Griffith had no lawful authority to do so. Of course he had no lawful authority to do so. You don't have lawful authority to batter somebody, to grab them by the hair against their will and yank them into a house so you can abuse them and violate them and destroy them more. Element 2 is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And third, Collin Griffith acted with intent to inflict bodily harm upon or to terrorize Catherine Griffith or to commit or facilitate the commission of any murder. That's a lot of words, but you'll take your time when you have the jury instructions. What did Collin Griffith do? He acted with the intent to harm Kathy Griffith, to physically destroy Kathy Griffith, to terrorize Kathy Griffith, and to kill Kathy Griffith. That third element's proved every which way possible. Because of that, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant is guilty of kidnapping. So when you deliberate and when you talk about the evidence and the law, and when you discuss amongst yourselves, and when you do the analysis, I submit to you that I have proven through the evidence that the defendant is guilty of kidnapping. But only if it could end there. Only if it could end there. Life would have gone on for Kathy Griffith. But it couldn't end there. Because of the defendant's conscious decisions. Because of his actions, it couldn't end there. Life could have gone on, but it didn't for Catherine Griffith because of what the defendant wanted to accomplish and what he didn't stop doing until he had accomplished it.
We don't know how
long
long
to
it's
figure
gonna
out,
take.
dang, what do I do now?
No time limit set.
But you get to see and hear everything that happened next. So we move on to first degree murder. That, once again, these aren't abstract concepts. This is the reality. That defendant reached into the butcher block and pulled out a knife. It probably made that sound when that metal comes out of the wooden butcher block.
Which is pretty quiet.
Well, Kathy didn't have her AirPods in, so she can hear crystal clear. And that knife comes sliding out of that butcher block.
Not a fan of the drama.
And Kathy would have known at that point that what the defendant had told her, what the defendant had told law enforcement, that he would kill her and stab her. that that's how it was going to end for her. So the reality is the defendant pulled the knife. Picture doesn't quite do it justice. I'm not going to stand up here and hold the knife because you're going to look at it in the privacy and solitude of the jury room, and you're going to look at that knife and you're going to see firsthand where that knife has been and who put it there.
He's been speaking for about half an hour so far.
Kathy gets stabbed in the neck with such force. You know the pathway. You know everything that happened. You heard from Dr. Garavan, who was very detailed about his expertise, how many countless stabbing cases he's worked. Never has it been an accident or somebody falling on a knife. The force that that knife took, the things that it cut through, the open, gaping wound, her bleeding out to the last drop is gone. So, you know, back on September 8th, 2024, after Kathy struggled to get up, struggled to do whatever somebody who's just about to die tries to do, knowing that their son just ensured their death. Mind you, this was at about 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, because that's when Sally Bell saw the defendant yank his mom in by the hair. 5 o'clock. Yet it takes an hour and 14 minutes for the defendant to call 911? Yeah, it did. You're going to hear two clips. One is just the very intro. It establishes the time. It establishes the first words out of the defendant's mouth. Then you're going to hear the defendant's contradictory, absurd attempt at blaming Kathy Griffith for this. For first-degree murder, I have to prove three things. Catherine Griffith is dead. That's an understatement. Number two, the death was caused by the criminal act of Collin Griffith. It was a homicide by Collin Griffith, stabbing his mom in the neck and watching her and letting her and being happy that she bled out and died. And three, there was a premeditated killing of Catherine Griffith. Ladies and gentlemen, when the defendant dragged her inside and dragged her to the back of the house to the kitchen, when he reached for the knife, when he pulled the knife out, think about it. Any step of the way, he could have thought to himself, you know what? This is messed up. I shouldn't be doing this. I can't be doing this. Yeah, I want to kill her, but this is my mom. You know what? Damn, I'm going to stop. I'm not going to do this. He had time to reflect. But his reflection was it Collin 1 or Collin 2? We'll get to that a little later. But his reflection was, yeah, I am going to kill, I am going to stab this evil bitch. And that's not me saying it. That's the defendant's own words.
Are you saying it?
He showed his intentions by his actions and by his words and what he said he was going to do. He was going to kill that evil bitch, his own mom. And so he did.
It's like the 6th time you said that.
So Kathy Griffith is laid out on the floor, has taken her last breath, has bled out her last drop of blood. Catherine Griffith has been murdered by Collin Griffith. The crime is over. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Now, not to complicate things, but there's another way that I can prove first-degree murder, and I submit to you I've proved it both ways. It's my burden, of course, to prove the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt, but there's two different ways that I can prove first-degree murder. Both end with the same result, which is guilty of first-degree murder. The other way that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, but it's called first-degree felony murder. I've already shown you, ladies and gentlemen, why the defendant is guilty of premeditated first-degree murder and why the defendant is guilty of kidnapping. So when you go back and deliberate and when you fill out the verdict form, while it might not be easy and nothing is ever happy about sitting on a murder trial, but you'll know that you did the right thing based upon the evidence and based upon justice. So the defendant's guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated, and kidnapping. Another way that a prosecutor can prove first-degree murder is first-degree felony murder. And I'm going to tell you this first, little insight. In order to convict the defendant of first-degree felony murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that Collin Griffith had a premeditated design or intent to kill. When you run through the three elements, Catherine Griffith is dead. That's number one. Number two, while engaged in the commission of a kidnapping, Collin Griffith caused the death of Catherine Griffith. And three, Collin Griffith was the person who actually killed Collin Griffith. Her own flesh and blood.
Kathy, he said Collin twice.
Brutalized her. We'll go to the 911 call, probably an hour or so after he had already murdered his mom.
18/14/11, 2nd September 8, 2024. 911, what's your gasoline emergency? Anything for I don't know the fucking I don't know the secret.
Now clip 2. What I want you to notice about clip 2, ladies and gentlemen, is that the 911 operator asks a very clear, simple question. Listen, what caused the bleeding? And you're going to hear and see, and you probably remember, that the defendant didn't respond for many, many seconds, maybe 6 seconds, he didn't respond. And the 911 operator said more emphatically, listen, what caused the bleeding? And then the defendant gave two diametrically opposed different explanations. Because he wasn't going to tell the truth about what happened. And he was certainly going to try to escape from the charges and blame his mom when he is the person that murdered his own mom. So the first thing he says is, she got into a fight. What do you mean she got into a fight? Like he's trying to distance himself from what actually happened. She got into a fight and she lunged at me with a knife and she fell on it. So that's his first explanation. He's painting a picture that his mom lunged at him with a knife, tripped, and somehow fell on the knife. That's preposterous. Not being disrespectful, but that's preposterous when you think about common sense and you think about physics and when you think about reality. That just didn't happen. The evidence is to the contrary, but that's his first statement, that she lunged at him with this knife and tripped and she somehow falls on the knife. That didn't happen. Then the 911 operator says, where is the knife right now and who did she get in a fight with? And then the defendant says something completely different, because it's not the truth. The truth doesn't change. The truth is that the defendant stabbed his mom right in the neck, and then it ripped through and came out the other side. That's reality of what happened. And then the defendant changes his story. He thinks he's helping himself by elaborating or trying to prove to himself what happened or prove to others. And then he changes his story. Instead of her lunging at him and falling on the knife, now he says, she came at me and we got into a fight for a long time. Then she got on top of me and fell on it. Twisted it back, whatever that means.
So listen, what caused the bleeding?
You won't listen.
Listen, what caused the bleeding? She got built and we went to the knife She fell on it. Where's the knife right now? And who did she get in a fight with? We got to for a long time. Then we had a compliment and fell on it.
Collin Griffith murdered his mom, ladies and gentlemen.
He covers his ears so we won't hear that. Collin sits there with his ears.
This is a picture of Kathy Griffith with the person that murdered her son. This is a picture of Kathy Griffith alive and smiling and happy next to the same person that she knew was going to kill her. Yet she was willing to suffer and pay the ultimate price, that was her life, at the hands of her son in order to spend a little more time with him before she left this earth. So that person, Kathy Griffith, live, full of life, smiling and happy, turned into this person. Bleeding out on her mom's kitchen floor with her good old son standing by to watch her bleed out. And there's her Kate Spade backpack purse that was over her shoulder. Once again, you saw it over her shoulder in the video. You also heard from Nancy Jones that when Kathy went up to the house, she had her bag over her shoulder. And that bag got drenched in blood as it literally spurted out of the huge gaping hole in her neck, compliments of her son. When fire rescue shows up and law enforcement shows up, they say they can literally see through her neck. They can see into the organs in her neck. And that is the end result of Collin Griffith's hatred and violence towards his mom. A gaping hole from that knife. And we saw that as she's getting stabbed, she doesn't stand a chance. She comes out of her Under Armour flip-flops. Her keys crash to the ground. Her purse crashes to the ground, falling off of her shoulder. Her charging cords fall to the ground. She struggles to get up. You can see things she's grabbing onto.
Collin won't look.
And she takes her last breath, and she leaves this earth knowing that Collin Griffith, her own son, murdered her. I'll have a chance to talk to you, ladies and gentlemen, after the defenses with a much shorter wrap-up. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your attention. And when you come back through those doors, you should come back with nothing short of pure 100% justice. And that's finding the defendant guilty as charged of both counts for what he did to his mom on September 8, 2024.
So the state takes about 45 minutes in the first part of their closing. Interestingly, during the court case, at times when the audio from the 911 call was played, Collin asked to not be present, and they allowed him to leave and be held in the holding cell during the playing of that. So the jury was there and saw that he wasn't there, and then afterwards they brought him back in. He reports he's never heard that before.
You hear from the defense. We're going to just take a short 10-minute stretch break.
All right, please.
Not sure why we have a break here. This is interesting, or why they approached. Anyway, during the closing, we saw there the prosecutor said he was going to play some of that 911 tape. Well, Collin did not want to see the pictures from the crime scene, and he turned his head away for that, and he did not want to hear the audio from the 911 call, and he covered he put his hands over his ears so he wouldn't hear the call. Something he says he's never heard and never listened to. And the judge had a little colloquy with him just to make sure he knew that he had the right to hear and see every piece of evidence against him, and it was his choice to not be there in the courtroom previously. Didn't have the choice to leave this time. So interesting. Makes you wonder what the jury thinks when they saw him leave or not be present for the last time it was played, and then disengage audibly from the presentation when it was played this time. So, and then re-engage as soon as it's over. It's bizarre. I'm not a huge fan of the style of the prosecutor, but props to him. He is doing this all on his own. He is a one-man show on the prosecution side, and I think he's hit the pertinent parts. He did come in with a little more drama, I think, than was needed. The whole try to imagine the sound of the knife being drawn from the wood butcher block. You can try that in your kitchen. It's very hard to make much noise whatsoever with that. If it were a metal block, it would be a little more sinister sound. But I think he tried to inject more drama than was needed. It was already a very dramatic scene and occurrence, but he has done a good job of hitting those high points. And it came dangerously close once again, reading that statement that was read. And I think it was he did a little better job of changing things up in the as he read it. But remember how he read Mom's statement or message to Collin, who said, "Hey, I'm going to release the audio of you admitting to killing blank to these people at 3:00 or whatever." All that that statement, when the prosecutor read it today, was divided into two parts. When it was read in court by, I believe, a police officer, investigator, I forget who read it. It was all together. And the person who read it put a strong emphasis on the part where she said, "My dad says something." And the way he says, he put the emphasis, it made it seem like we were talking about your dad, and now we're talking about my dad, which we were. We were talking about Collin having killed his dad, and now we're talking about my dad. I mean, Collin's grandpa. The emphasis was not there this time, which is good, but came really, really close. Baka of 3, OG, the only addiction I enjoy taking part of. Love y'all. 24 months, you got that pink courthouse. Congratulations. Yes, Oklahoma has said they are opening up the investigation into the cause of death in his dad's case. Now, they'll be looking at that again. But I don't know if those recordings exist. She says they're recordings, but honestly, Collin's mom said a lot of things that didn't really happen. She said she sold the car to CarMax. She didn't. She said she was, canceled his phone when she didn't, and canceled his insurance when she hadn't. So I don't know. I don't know if that evidence is out there. I'll have to see. Obviously, it wasn't admitted in this case. You know what weapon was used on Dad? A firearm. A pew-pew. Once to the chest, once to the head. Kissy face, no. I don't feel bad for Collin for this action. I feel bad for any kid that grows up in that environment. Collin previously saw his mom pin his dad to the house with her car, and the kids had to bang on the hood to beg Mom to back up the car so Dad could be unsquished. There was a lot. There was a lot in growing up that was just terrible. But I do think Collin is capable of making decisions and being accountable for them, and I think he made a very bad decision here. Good morning, Leonard Papa. Good to have you here. Right, Shark, that's it. He's nearly legally an adult, and I think he's expressed, the ability to be alert and aware and know what right from wrong as far as the law is concerned, and he made a choice. So I can see the jury going with the lesser included, even on the lower end in this case, though. Because when the state gives their presentation here in just a couple minutes, it's going to be all about Collin's mom. It's going to be all about Kathy. It's going to be all about everything she did, how she treated him, how she arguably abused him, how, the problems she had in her life, how she was lying to everyone, how she was possibly drug testimony, just everything they can to make the victim, Kathy in this case, appear to be the aggressor and the instigator. And the problem is they do have that evidence. It is out there. There is a history of her pulling a gun and, of self-harm and just, being willing to make decisions that were, that a lot of us would say would be not carefully thought out, and as well as all the attacks against the dad, the corkscrew, everything else. Grandma didn't help. Every relationship that's been brought up here has been problematic throughout this trial. And then in the midst of it all, you've got Disney Vacation Club and cruises. And yay, and we all love going to Disney and putting on the little Mickey Mouse hats and singing. It's bizarre. It's night and day. Like polar opposites on the relationship. Disney wishes to be excluded from this narrative. The Disney was the good times. The cruises were the good times. And apparently everyone loved them. But it was the between times that caused the problems. Let's see. You missed the first part of closing. I need to rewind to catch up. You'd missed the first half of the state. Well, they've talked for about 45 minutes. We don't know how long. There's no time limit on how long they get to talk. We just know that both sides said the jury will have this case by lunchtime. So they'll be deliberating by lunchtime. So, that gives them about another 2 hours, roughly. And, half an hour for the judge to give the jury instructions, which he has not read yet. So Disney torture is cruel indeed. Oh. The jury does not know, at least the jury has not been told in this court case, that the person he killed previously in Oklahoma was his dad. They have been... That is the one piece of evidence. It's like if you had a sentence that said previously to this event, Collin murdered or Collin killed blank. That's the only part that's been eliminated. Is his dad has been crossed out. They've been able to go right up to that point to say previously he killed somebody. He shot them twice. It was in Oklahoma. He was living with his dad at the time. His mom wanted him down there, but his dad wouldn't let him. And after this event, he went to live with his mom. They've been able to do everything but say he killed his dad. And I think the jury's figured it out, but they've come so close so many times. Let's see. We did have a closing argument. Yes, we had the state so far, and then we've had a weird break. The judge asked the defense and the prosecutor to come up for a sidebar after the state's closing, and now we've got a 10-minute break, which is early for a break. So I don't know what they're doing. It's probably a sidebar in the judge's chambers. Here we go. Let's see if we're back yet. Bailiff wearing the earpiece. Those are actually quite comfortable, but you do have to have the clip in the right spot on your neck. I've got a couple of those. Defendant's coming back in. Ooh.
Present with both lawyers. State's counsel is present. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Collin takes another mega drink. Yeah, it's at this point the jury might be saying, "Why don't you just say? I can tell it was his dad he shot. Why don't you just say it?" Ever since day one, Collin's position has been, like you see right now, directly in line with the camera and his lawyer to obscure him from the camera. The first day of trial, he was sitting up, in line between his two lawyers, so they were, we could see a full shot of Collin from this angle, and we saw, as the case was presented and evidence was shown, that he was watching with rapt attention at some of this, and almost, I would say, almost a smile on his face, and his female attorney looked over with the corner of her eye and saw that he was watching the screen and seemed to be giving a response that was something other than repulsion to the gore, and she had the other attorney shut off the monitor on the desk so he couldn't see anymore, and there was a little smirk from Collin after that one. I don't know what the defendant's thinking. I don't. Did I say that I do? Feel bad about the cycle of violence Collin grew up in. His mom was violent, but so was Collin. So he needs to be held accountable. His mannerisms walking in and out are probably consistent with somebody his age in this setting, regardless of guilt. I haven't seen anything about how he walks or talks or stands. He's been sort of reserved in a lot of that. Let's see. You implied what he was thinking about why he was hiding from the camera. I just know that he has consciously sat there. And I don't know if you can see the monitor from where he's at, but he'll position himself precisely there.
Good morning, everyone.
Here comes the attack on Kat.
Sure seems like the state would like you to focus on the emotion and the drama rather than on the actual facts. You can't ignore the facts in this case. What's your job as jurors? It's to decide whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin kidnapped and murdered his mother, and that her death was not excusable or justified. That's your job. We start with the presumption of innocence, as the judge will remind you again when he reads the instructions. That means that you have to believe that Collin is innocent, unless and until the state can overcome that presumption with evidence beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Not words that they may say, characterizations of how things might have happened, but actual facts. We can offer interpretations of how you should look at various facts. The facts also include testimony, but it is your job to decide what the facts are and what they mean, and whether the state has used those facts to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin is guilty of anything. So, the state offered a number of witnesses. You guys have been here for over a week now, and they presented a lot of exhibits and evidence. I'm not going to go through all of the witnesses and all of the exhibits. You all took notes, and the exhibits will all be back there in the jury room with you. So you can look at any number of them. You can look at all the text messages that were admitted into evidence, even if they weren't all played on the screen. You can listen to things. You can watch the Ring video. That will be up to you. Those are facts. The witnesses. In a move that you might find surprising, I'm not going to argue to you that the state's witnesses were unreliable or that you shouldn't believe them, with one exception. Most of the witnesses were pretty straightforward in answering the questions. Like I said, it's up to you to decide how to interpret what they said. But the one exception, and it might not even matter in the long run to your inquiry, your decision, because for the most part, what the witnesses told you isn't in dispute. And that one exception is Robert Willantis. I may have seemed harsh with him when I questioned him, and I apologize for that. I wouldn't wish the death of a child on anyone ever. But Mr. Willantis wanted you to believe that he was very close with Kathy and with Collin, and that he was close enough with Collin that Collin confided in him several months before Kathy died. So, how close was Robert Willantis with Collin and Kathy? He was not invited to Kathy's celebration of life. He didn't even know that she hadn't been buried. If you recall him going on and on about how funerals are for those left behind. And that's not to say that, it's not to say anything bad about Mr. Willantis, but it's something you can consider in evaluating the credibility of his testimony. He went on one trip with Kathy a few years ago that Susan paid for. He talked to Collin on the phone a total of 3 times, unless you believe there was this second mysterious phone that Mr. Willantis claimed that he talked to Collin all the time on for either every week or every other week. There's no evidence of that. Susan told you about a phone that she got for Collin when Kathy had kicked him out one of the several times, that she bought for him to use because he'd been kicked out without his phone. It was active for a couple of weeks. It's another thing you can consider in deciding whether you think Robert Willantis was reliable. You also have to consider whether Robert Willantis was trying to make himself seem more intimately connected with his daughter's life and his grandson's life, and now with Kathy's death. Remember, he was the one who called Polk County Sheriff's Office. He was not the go-to family member that the detectives wanted to speak to get information. They didn't seek him out. He reached out to them. And he reached out to them only weeks after Kathy died. Not right away, not, oh my goodness, my daughter died. I have this important information that may help in the investigation. No, it wasn't until after he watched Grady Judd's press conference that was extremely detailed in describing the wound that Kathy suffered and how she died that Mr. Willantis called the sheriff's office. You can consider that in determining whether you think his testimony is reliable. You can also consider the language he used in describing what Collin said to him, allegedly, about wanting to slit his mother's throat and watch the blood and life seep from her. You've heard Collin's words several times on the 911 call, on the Ring videos. Does that sound like something Collin would say, or a way he would describe anything that he says? Or does that sound like Mr. Willantis putting words in Collin's mouth? All that to say, even if you believe Mr. Willantis, which I urge you not to believe what he said. He claims Collin told him. But even if you do, that does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin murdered his mother. And you have to remember that too. That's what the state has to prove to you. So dealing with that one witness, let's move on to the charges against Collin. The kidnapping. The state has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin, by force, threat, or secrecy, confined, abducted, or imprisoned or isolated Kathy against her will. And at the time he supposedly did any of those things, at that time he had the intent to commit great bodily harm or terrorize her. Okay? So what did the state present to try to convince you that there was a kidnapping? They presented the witnesses, the neighbors, Sally Bell and Nancy K. Jones. Both of them are neighbors of Susan's. You've seen the photos of where they lived. And you heard them say that Kathy was the one being aggressive right when she arrived. She whipped the car out of the driveway to pull it up against the curb or the grass. She slammed her car door, she slung her backpack over her back, and she marched up to the door and went inside. Went inside that house of her own accord. When she comes back out of the house, she's throwing things into Collin's car, and you can see in the photo of the interior of his car, there's clothes thrown in the back, and there's his computer and his phone on the front seat. And she's yelling and gesturing and stomping around, and then she goes back up to where Collin is standing in the doorway. Because remember, neither of those witnesses told you he was ever anywhere other than in the doorway. Not in the mulch where an AirPod was found, but in the doorway around the corner. So Kathy comes up to him. She's making a scene. Obviously a scene that's loud enough, noticeable enough that the neighbors are looking to see what's going on. She's already drawn their notice. And as she's on the carport floor and Collin's standing in the doorway and she's still gesturing, he puts his hand, and the witnesses differ, on her neck area, on her shoulder, by her ponytail, and they said pulled her inside. Not dragged, not grabbed her by the ponytail, more like, and this is something you can decide, more like an ushering, like, oh crap, you're causing a scene, like you know Kathy can, seeing it in the state's own evidence.
Step this way,
Let's
please,
bring this inside so that we don't get the wrath of the neighbors up or cause attention to be drawn even more to our argument. That's a more reasonable interpretation of those facts. It's reasonable to interpret that Collin was embarrassed by his mom and didn't want to air their dirty laundry in the carport. Now, she did say, "Let go, you're hurting me." Okay? That's a fact. That she said that is not in dispute.
Yeah, most ushers don't hurt me.
But you can't just accept a statement by anyone, but let alone by Kathy, at face value. Okay? So, she claims, "You're hurting me, let go." Does she pull away from him? Nope. Witnesses never said anything about that. Did she try and stay at the bottom of the steps where she was gesturing at him? No, the witnesses didn't say that. They said that her feet actually moved up the steps. That indicates a willingness to go inside. That's a reasonable interpretation of what those witnesses told you. Did she say, I don't want to go back inside. No. Did she grab onto Collin in some way to get him to let go of her? No. Did it even look like she was actually being hurt? Don't you think, isn't it reasonable that if Sally Bell or Nancy K. Jones thought that Kathy was actually being harmed in any way whatsoever, that they wouldn't have either called 911? Kay Jones would have called Susan because, remember, she was house sitting. She was aware that Collin was allowed to be there, that he had arrived the day before, his car hadn't moved. So she's sort of keeping an eye on the house. If either of them thought that Kathy was actually being harmed or being forced to do something against her will, don't you think, as the good neighbors that they were, they would have alerted someone? They didn't, because Kathy's saying she was being hurt and let me go, and they don't know her. But I think you can interpret that statement from Kathy, knowing what you know about Kathy, as being just one of the many things that she claimed happened that didn't actually happen. For instance, when she said on one of her multiple phone calls to Susan or in a text to Collin, there are a lot, so I'm sorry if I don't remember exactly where it came from. She said, "I'm scared, Collin, you battered me or you hit me or you beat me before you left on Saturday." Remember the Ring videos? In every room in the house except the bathroom. And for the most part, she and Collin are on Ring video. The state has given you some Ring video. The defense has given you some additional Ring video to sort of fill it out a little bit better. On none of that Ring video is Collin ever touching her. So isn't it reasonable that even though she claimed Collin hit her, beat her, struck her before he left the house on September 7th, and there's no proof of that, that her saying "hurt me, let go" was just her making something else up? There's another reasonable interpretation of Kathy saying, "You're hurting me, let go." Remember, she was furious with Susan, with her mom, like furious. You heard her yell several times on the Ring video at Susan. She was pissed off that Susan had let Collin come to her house, which, as you may recall, I asked several witnesses about this. And the reason I asked them about this is because I wanted it to be clear that it was permissible for Collin to be at Susan's house. It was permissible to his probation officer, who he emailed. It was permissible to the courts. You saw the pink paper that Kathy tried to make a big deal out of that said Collin may go to visit his grandmother out of county, just notify the probation officer. It was permissible under the 751 plan, the concurrent custody. There was nothing anywhere or in anyone's mind, except perhaps Kathy's, that said that Collin was not allowed to be at Susan's. Nevertheless, Kathy's pissed at her mom because Collin is at her house and hasn't come home as quickly as she demanded.
That's a term both sides have used now in their arguments.
Remember, she'd also made some threats to Susan in her text, saying, "Your HOA hates you, and Freddie, Susan's dog, doesn't have a dog tag, and that's a violation." A violation of what? I don't know. But Kathy's mad enough at Susan at this point that who knows, maybe she was trying to get Susan in trouble with her homeowners association by causing a bigger scene than it actually was. I'm not saying that's for sure what happened. I'm giving you reasonable interpretations of Kathy's behavior. But the bottom line is that there's no evidence that Kathy did anything against her will that day. And certainly no evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she went back into the house that she'd already been in on her own, despite Collin touching her neck, her hair, her ponytail. She was not being dragged. She was not being forced. Plus, once she's in the house, the state has one theory of what may have happened. I'm going to propose some other, I would argue, more reasonable ones. When she's inside the house, she has access to her phone, right? She has access to car keys. The doors are unlocked. You heard Susan say that the doors are kept unlocked, and then you heard Collin say on the 911 call when law enforcement first arrived and they're knocking on the door saying sheriff's office, he says, "Come in, the door's unlocked." There's no evidence that Kathy was kept in that house against her will. None. In fact, to the contrary, Collin would have been probably really happy if Kathy had left. No one wanted her to have come there. And knowing what you know about Kathy, don't you think it's reasonable that if she had been forced to go back inside against her will, that she wouldn't have fought tooth and nail to avoid doing what she didn't want to do? Remember, this is somebody that the state's own witness, Detective Zanoniani, said it's either her way or the highway. So, knowing what you know about Kathy, if she was being forced to do something against her will, it's reasonable she would have fought it, right?
Like her AirPods would have fallen out, things like that.
It doesn't look like there was a long, drawn-out fight throughout the house. If Kathy didn't want to be back in that house, how did her flip-flops make it all the way to the kitchen? If Kathy didn't want to be back in that house, she would have been flailing, like she had been doing just talking to Collin before. And if she had been forced to go back into that house and then forced to go to the kitchen and forced not to leave, the house wouldn't have been in as pristine a condition as you saw. The plant would have been knocked over. Something would have been amiss.
Sandy, thank you. 10 gifted memberships.
Didn't have any evidence from the medical examiner either to say she had any scalp wounds or anything indicating that she had been pulled by the hair. Not to mention the fact that, is it reasonable to you that Collin, despite what the prosecutor says, even though there's no evidence of how tall he is, how much he weighs, you've seen him in court, you've seen a picture of him shirtless. If you believe that Collin could have made his mother do anything physically, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not going to be able to convince you of anything. And if you think that Collin was dragging her by the hair, as the state seems to want you to believe, throughout that house, how come her flip-flops didn't come off right at the front door? Collin didn't make Kathy do anything. Oh, but the AirPods. The AirPods, the one in the mulch. That proves that Collin made Kathy do something against her will. BS.
Oh.
No witness ever saw Collin in the mulch. They never saw him anywhere other than the doorway.
Florida lawyers have different terminology
They saw Kathy
than other
walk
lawyers.
her way up from her car to the doorway. Isn't it reasonable that as she's pissed off at Collin, comes in hot and angry, that it fell out while she was just being herself? Same with the ones in the house. Once again, if Collin was ever forcing her to do anything physically against her will, and that AirPod came out because of something he did, you think she would have just been like, okay, I'm going to let you keep dragging me, instead of flailing about and, like I said, knocking something amiss in the house? No, that's not reasonable, because none of that ever happened. There was no kidnapping, period.
These are not the AirPods you were looking for.
The felony murder count, which is also first-degree murder. If you were to find Collin guilty of that, that would mean you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that he kidnapped Kathy and that during that kidnapping, he caused her death. So I've already told you all the reasons why I think the state has utterly failed to prove a kidnapping. But even if you did find that, because I don't want to presume that you're going to find anything. I'm here to make suggestions, not to tell you how to do your job, like the prosecutor was trying to do. That hour and 15 minutes between when the neighbor saw Collin usher his mother inside as she's making a scene and when he called 911 distraught, you would have to believe that Collin forced Kathy to stay in that house that entire hour and 15 minutes and was inflicting some bodily harm or terrorizing her that whole time.
Unless
That's
she
not
died
reasonable.
earlier. Unless she died right away.
There was no kidnapping, and this was no felony murder. This was self-defense.
She fell on it in self-defense.
So,
I'm confused.
the state wants you to believe that this was a premeditated murder. In order to do that, once again, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin intended to kill her and beyond a reasonable doubt that he was not acting in self-defense. That's what you would have to find. You heard a lot of outrage from the prosecutor in his closing statement. And this is an awful situation. But there was no outrage about how Kathy had behaved, how Kathy had treated her son, how she had treated other people. And I'm not saying you have to have outrage at that. You've heard a lot of unfavorable things about Kathy. And I am not going to go through every single one because you took notes, you heard and saw, you heard from the state's own witnesses those things. Susan confirmed them. But remember, the incidents that you heard about Kathy being violent in the past or making things up in the past were all corroborated, either by police reports, DCF reports that Detective Zanoniani had reviewed, or by witnesses, by Susan. I was not presenting those to you to just bash Kathy, to make her look like a horrible person. To the contrary, I was doing my job because the law says, and the judge will tell you, that you have to consider prior acts of violence, prior acts of aggression, a reputation for dangerous and violent behavior, in deciding whether Collin was reasonable in defending himself against his mom on September 8th. I'm not going to read the instruction in detail because, like I said, the judge will do that for you. But the law requires you to consider what Collin knew about his mom to decide whether you think he acted reasonably in defending himself. You have to decide the reasonableness of Collin's actions in light of all of those things. In light of the fact that she had pulled a gun on him before, in light of the fact that she had threatened to kill other people before, in light of the fact that she had attacked other people before with weapons. Some of these things in front of Collin. So it's not even just hearing about it, it's witnessing it. He knew all those things about her. He knew what she was capable of when she was angry. He knew all of this, and it was in his mind when she came to him on September 8th. Collin also knew that Kathy would sometimes make things up to hurt other people. Such as
somebody's dying.
He knew that she claimed someone strangled her. She even claimed that she had video of it, but when the police reviewed it, it showed you she was strangling herself.
Someone was trying
He
to
knew
choke
that
down
she
this
had
defense
called
theory.
DCF on her own brother, got them involved in an investigation that was baseless. He knew that his mom claimed to do everybody else's schoolwork, including her own mother's dissertation for her PhD. He knew this about his mother. Now, luckily, those threats and made-up stories that Kathy had told in the past didn't ever result in any serious consequences for those people. But Kathy had never suffered the consequences of making those stories up either. And what happens when you don't suffer consequences? You continue the behavior. And sometimes she was actually even believed when she made things up. One glaring example. The day that she pulled the gun on Collin, threatened to shoot him or herself, and then handed him the gun and said, "Just shoot me," Collin immediately tells his teacher or professor, who talks to the school resource officer, who gets the deputies involved. The deputies go to Kathy at her house, and Kathy says, "No, I never pulled a gun." "What? He's just being a brat. He was failing classes, so I disciplined him by taking away his phone and his AirPods." And they believed her. Okay? Now, at the time, maybe that wasn't so astonishing. But remember what Susan told you. Susan told you that Kathy admitted to her that she had actually pulled a gun on Collin. So Kathy lied to the police. She also lied about him failing his classes. That was never true. And convinced them that Collin was just being a brat. Despite the fact that Collin had given a detailed account of what his mother did to him with her gun, they didn't believe him. They believed that he was just being a brat. Don't get me wrong, Collin could be a brat. I am not trying to make him look like an angel and Kathy look like the devil. You heard him on the Ring video and how he talked to his mom. Disrespectful. Absolutely. But that doesn't make him a murderer. Also, look at his role model. That sounds awful, but we all talked about in jury selection that kids kind of do what they know. Their parents are their role models. Their parents teach them by not only talking to them, but by their own behavior. They cussed back and forth at each other. Is it an ideal parental-child relationship? No, but that's how they existed. You heard Kathy cussing at a number of people, including her mom, and cussing and claiming Collin had put a lid on her cup too tight and that it caused her to cut her hand. Did you see a cut on that video? Did you see her trying to stop any bleeding? No. Another example of her making things up. So even though Collin could be a brat and disrespectful to his mom, but what 17-year-old isn't at times, you cannot ignore the fact that Kathy told her mom, "Yeah, I lied to the police. I actually did pull a gun." You cannot ignore that fact. And it was in response to his mother pulling a gun on him that Collin started making these statements that the state has conveniently termed threats, but without wanting you to consider all of the words in those statements. And that was the same incident where Kathy lied to the police about not pulling a gun on Collin. Remember, he ends up Baker acted because he begins the litany of times that he said, I don't feel safe with my mom. I'm afraid what she'll do to me. I'm afraid if she pulls a gun on me again, I'll have to defend myself. If she does those things that we now know she did, I will defend myself. You even saw him on body-worn camera footage telling the officers that. If she does this to me again, if she punches me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. I'm afraid I don't feel safe at home. But no one would listen. Over and over and over, he tells people in authority this. They believe Kathy, they don't believe him. I want to propose a possible reason why they didn't listen to him. Once they found out that he had been arrested for a shooting death in Oklahoma, despite the fact that he was never charged with that, everybody decided,
charged for that.
We can't believe him. We have to believe her. Look at his past. And that is an awful shame, because there are facts and evidence to show you how Kathy behaved. You have her own words to her mother that she pulled a gun on her own son. People in authority ignored Kathy's well-documented history of violence towards others. They ignored her well-documented history of aggression and volatility and impulsivity. They ignored the fact that she owned a gun. They ignored the things she had done to her ex-husband. They ignored that she had stabbed him and burned him and pinned him to the house. This is all in police reports and DCF reports. They just ignored it. And these are just the documented episodes that we know about of Kathy being violent towards others. You saw how she acted on her own Ring video, right? And this is her knowing she's being recorded. So if that's how she behaves when she knows she's being recorded, think about what she might do when she's not being recorded. We also know she beat Collin with a belt in front of her own mother. And when Susan tried to intervene, she tried to claim that law enforcement had sanctioned that behavior. She claimed that Corporal Rentis told her it was okay. Well, you heard from Detective Zanoniani that law enforcement would never sanction such a thing. The day before Kathy died, you've seen the Ring video. You saw that she and Collin had an argument about putting up the bookshelf. You saw that he was disrespectful to her, but you also saw that her reaction to that was to kick him out, which she lied about later too. She claims on the phone with her mom on the Ring video, I never kicked him out, I never kicked him out, I never kicked him out. Watch the Ring video again. Listen to her words. Get out and don't come back even if you're bawling your eyes out. Beyond that, give me your house keys. She took his keys to get back into the house that he lived in. You can't see it in the state's ring video that they played, but I admitted a defense exhibit that we only played a short clip from, but it's longer. You can watch it if you don't trust me or don't believe me. But in that clip that you didn't see but is in evidence, it shows the view from the living room. And it shows her actually taking the keys from Collin and putting them on the hook inside the door. And then her closing the door and locking it behind him. And you may also remember that the key ring that was on the kitchen at Susan's house was just a car key with no house keys on it. Yeah, those were to Collin's car. No house keys. So, she kicks him out over him not helping with the bookshelf. Should he have helped her? Probably. But was it so unreasonable to think that if you put up a bookshelf that's not anchored to studs that it might be a problem?
Cameron's trying to sneak a view of Collin without.
So all of this is going to Collin's state of mind the day before Kathy comes to him at Susan's house. It's something you must consider when you're deciding whether the state has proved with facts and evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin wasn't reasonably defending himself against his mother on September 8th. And would a reasonable person defend themselves like Collin did? Sort of on a separate note, the state has argued that the text that Kathy sent to Collin, threatening all sorts of things, because you know she threatened all sorts of things that were not true, right? Won't go through all of them. But that this text where she says she's going to send all these ring videos of him supposedly confessing to planning a murder in Oklahoma, that provides a motive for Collin to want to kill his mom. Okay. First of all, you have to believe that the threat was true. Given what you know about Kathy, given the fact that no one's seen any ring videos of any such nature, and given the fact that Collin has never been charged with anything in Oklahoma, and given the fact that her deadline of 3 p.m. when she was going to supposedly send these to all these people had long passed before she got to Collin, isn't it reasonable to think this is just another thing that she made up? Because if those things existed, they'd be out there. They would have been in front of you. And don't you think
there might be objectionable
Collin
ground
knew
here.
that that was an empty threat? Knew that no such recordings existed? So this big motive that the state wants you to believe in, also BS.
I don't know. That's close. That's close to
Just
the line.
another one of her delusional lies. Something else she made up, like she made up things all the time, and that the state's own evidence proves to you.
It's like they're
Then you
goading
have to
the
think,
state into
even if
crossing
you
that
believe
line.
that the threat was true or real, beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to believe that Collin somehow made her come to him so that he could kill her. And that's just absurd. Kathy made the choice to go to where he was. And let's face it, Collin had been trying to escape his mother for quite some time. For at least a year that we know of, since September of 2023, when he got put in the Baker Act facility for something his mom did and lied about, when he said, "I don't feel safe." And that's what he was trying to do on September 8th when she kicked him out. On September 7th when she kicked him out. He was trying to escape her. Think about this. All the times that you've heard about Collin saying, "I don't feel safe if my mom attacks me," I'll defend myself. If she comes at me, if she pulls a gun on me, if she punches me, I'll defend myself. Remember, Collin told people that he would rather be in the Baker Act facility than at home with his mother. He told people in authority he would rather be in jail than at home with his mother. He told people in authority he would rather be in foster care than at home with his mother. And the state wants you to believe that Collin is just a brat who didn't like the discipline he got, so he murdered his mom. That's also absurd. Because, as the state has pointed out many times, Collin had what they think is a great life with mom, right? So he gets to go on trips, absolutely got to go on trips. He lives in a clean, nice, organized home with plenty of food, yes. He has a phone, he has an Xbox, he has a computer, he gets to go to college. Don't you think Collin, as smart as he was to be able to graduate early, would know that if he actually were to be placed in the Baker Act facility instead of going home with his mom where he didn't feel safe, or remain in jail instead of going home with his mom with whom he didn't feel safe, or went into foster care instead of going home with his mom with whom he didn't feel safe, he would get none of those wonderful things. None of them. He would not have a phone. He would not have an Xbox. He would not go on trips all over the country or the world. And yet he still said, please, re-Baker Act me. Please, don't send me home from jail with my mom. Please, I'd rather go to foster care. These are the things you know, and that the state has proved. Collin was trying to escape his mom because he was scared. He was scared of what she would do to him, and if she attacked him, what he would do in response. So, knowing all that, let's talk about September 8th.
Are you going to admit that
Kathy
you did it?
went to where Collin was. Isn't it reasonable to believe, because let's be clear, the state has offered no proof, zero proof of what actually happened in Susan's house on September 8th? None. Zero proof does not equal proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But isn't it reasonable to believe that Kathy, in her anger, her desperation to make Collin come home, that she picked up a knife and threatened him with it, which is in total conformance with how she's acted in the past? Absolutely, it's reasonable. The state wants you to think, despite any proof, that Collin dragged his mother to the kitchen, somehow kept her there against her will, either by beating her or holding her by the ponytail, and then somehow managed to get a knife out of the butcher block while still holding on to Kathy, such that she couldn't get away, to start this fight over the knife. That's absurd, and it certainly hasn't been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Isn't it more reasonable, given everything you know, that Kathy picked up the knife, threatened Collin with it, and he defended himself?
How?
As he's been saying he would
Tell me
do
more.
For a year.
Because you're flirting with the law.
Isn't
I want
it
to talk about this
also
in a second.
Reasonable
There was only
that
one
Kathy knew what the outcome was going to be when she picked up a knife and threatened Collin with it?
knife. Are you saying mutual combat? What?
You've heard of suicide by cop?
Suicide
Isn't it
by son?
reasonable to think that Kathy committed suicide by son?
Okay, this
She
is...
had never been able to successfully commit suicide before, despite her many attempts.
No.
Isn't it reasonable that she pulled a knife on Collin, knowing that if she attacked him, that he would defend himself, and that the end result might be that she died? I'm not saying that that's what was in her mind, because we don't know what was in her mind. I'm saying that it's a reasonable possibility given everything you know about her. It's also a reasonable possibility, a reasonable interpretation, that she attacked Collin with the knife. He has wounds.
This doesn't work. It doesn't work according to the law. I'm not talking about the reasonableness. I'm saying it doesn't work according to the law.
Dr. Garavan talked to you a little bit about mutual combat and how a struggle over a weapon can result in both people with wounds, which is what you see here. Exactly what you see here. You also...
Collin?
Most of you in
the cut shirt.
Jury selection mentioned that self-defense is a right that each of us has. And those of you who own guns said that they keep them nearby, often for protection. And I said, protection from what? And you said, if someone comes into my house and attacks me, I can protect myself and my family. So isn't it reasonable that that's what Collin did here? When Kathy came into the house where he was living, for all intents and purposes at that point, and that she attacked him with a knife, that he defended himself, as was his right.
How did he defend himself? She's dancing around that, not saying
the
what
state
happened.
has
Did he stab her?
At no level, let alone beyond a reasonable doubt, that Collin picked up the knife and attacked Kathy with it. That means you have to try and figure out, if there's no evidence of exactly what happened, you have to think about what was reasonable. And it makes way more sense, given what you know, that Kathy attacked Collin and he defended himself. They've tried to get you to believe that Collin was rage-filled and hate-filled, and all of these malicious thoughts were geared towards his mom. If you believe that beyond a reasonable doubt, don't you think there'd be more than just one wound on Kathy? Sorry, she had two wounds. She had the neck wound and she had the hand wound. Those could have happened at the same time. You don't know whose hands were on what part of the knife during this struggle. If Collin was so rage-filled and had such hatred for his mom, don't you expect that there would be 5, 10, 20 stab wounds? That's something you can consider too. So the state played parts of the 911 call again for you, and they want you to believe that that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin murdered his mother and wasn't just defending himself. You can believe or disbelieve what Collin said. If you don't believe what Collin said, that still doesn't mean that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he murdered his mother. Remember that. Also consider that Collin said there was a long fight and she fell on the knife. Knowing his history, don't you think of not being believed by people in authority repeatedly, that yeah, he may have not told the entire truth because he was scared. That doesn't make him a murderer.
Depends which part he didn't tell.
especially because when he went to the people who are supposed to protect him, law enforcement, doctors, DCF, and said, my mom attacked me with a gun, my mom pulled a gun on me, I don't feel safe, I'm afraid, I'll defend myself. Don't you think he, and then believing her when she says, absolutely never happened, he's just being a brat, don't you think he might be a little scared when he's talking to a 911 operator? Not to mention the possible shock because of what he had been through in a struggle over a knife with his own mom. And let's not forget the one wound to Kathy's neck. State wants you to believe that it was some vicious, forceful, rage-filled wound. But remember what Dr. Garavan said? He said that it actually doesn't take much force to go through the soft tissue in the neck. The biggest point of resistance is the skin itself. And that resistance is even less if the knife has a pointy triangular tip, which is what we have here. So, knowing that it wouldn't take much force to inflict that wound, knowing that Kathy has been violent in the past, knowing that she has threatened people in the past, knowing that she has attacked other people, isn't it reasonable that she pulled the knife on Collin, he defended himself, and there was a long fight over the knife? The messiness of that confined space between the island and the cabinet and the stove supports that there was a struggle over a knife.
After the
and don't
stabbing.
you think it's reasonable that during a struggle over a knife in that confined area, and who knows what positions anybody was in, state sure can't prove any, that gravity may have played a part in that little bit of force that was necessary to cause that wound?
They blame science now.
As I said, these are interpretations based on what you do know. But don't forget, I don't have to prove exactly what happened. It's the state's responsibility to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin did not act in self-defense. So let's talk about what the state may have proved beyond a reasonable doubt. One, by way of stipulation from us, that there was no foreign DNA under Kathy's fingernails. Okay, that's something you have to accept as true. What weight to give it is up to you, but so what does that mean? That means she never scratched Collin with her fingernails. That's it. Or at least not on the fingernails that they took the swabs from. So why is that important, or why should you consider that? Well, you would expect she would have scratched him with her fingernails if she was actually being dragged into the house or across the living room into the kitchen and being held against her will. No DNA, no scratches. That means no struggle with just her fingernails. So that piece of evidence does not establish anything beyond a reasonable doubt as far as whether Collin is guilty. You know why else she wouldn't have to scratch him at all? Is if she had control of the knife. Because she doesn't need to scratch him and defend herself with her fingernails because she had the knife first. That actually supports that she pulled the knife on Collin first. They've also proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kathy had bruises all over her body. Okay? Keep in mind that the lighting in the morgue when pictures are being taken for evidentiary purposes are a lot different than pictures you take with your cell phone.
Blame it on the morgue lighting to have the.
There has
shows
been
up all the
zero
bruises?
proof of how Kathy got those bruises. Dr. Garavan can't date them. He said they could have come from innocuous activities like doing chores around the house, like you saw Kathy doing on the night of the 7th.
The dishwasher bruises. Yeah, we
Certainly
saw
no
those.
evidence to show that Collin somehow inflicted those. So even though they've proved that there are bruises, they have not proved how those bruises occurred. So essentially meaningless. Or another possibility, reasonable interpretation, is that she got bruises while they were struggling over the knife.
And Collin didn't.
The state has also proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin had blood on him. So what? He had wounds. He performed life-saving CPR on his mother at the instruction of the 911 operator. He held towels in his own shirt to her to try and stop the bleeding. You saw the bloody towels. It also supports that there was a struggle over the knife. It does not support that Collin murdered his mother. The blood on his eyeglasses
The
frame,
blood, it would
I
have to
hope
be
that
after
was
the
clear when
stabbing.
I was asking
The
the
struggle
crime
after the
scene tech that if somebody's holding towels and doing CPR and in this confined space, that they might adjust their glasses and get blood on it that way. But what about the blood on the backpack? Does that prove Collin's a murderer? Absolutely not. Remember I asked the question about the Collin's phone being in the car and that Kathy's phone could have been in her backpack and that it was Kathy's phone that was used to call 911? So blood being on the backpack doesn't prove Collin's a murderer either. It may prove that Collin, after he tried to stem the bleeding before he called 911, had to go look for the phone to call 911. Or that in their struggle over the knife, before he called 911 in that confined space, that's how the blood got on him. The other thing that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt is that Collin has said over and over and over and over and over and over, I don't feel safe with my mom. I'm afraid she'll attack me. I'm afraid she'll hurt me, and I'll have to defend myself. They've tried to skew the statements to make it sound like he just walks around going, I'm going to kill my mother, not if she does something to me first. So I want you to think about this. If Collin really wanted to kill his mother and that he wasn't acting in self-defense, why on earth would he have telegraphed this to every person in authority at any chance he got? He told people in authority that if she attacked him, he would defend himself because he was scared. He was scared of what she would do, much like Susan said she was scared of what Kathy would do. You can also consider that if he, for months, if not longer, wanted to just kill his mom, and this is a little sick, but there were a number of ways he could have done it that would not have implicated himself, especially after he has told people in authority, if she attacks me, I'm going to defend myself and I might kill her. One of the many cruises they went on could have pushed her off the cruise ship. Could have slipped some of her medication, legal or otherwise, into one of her many drinks. Could have shot her.
It's not medication if it's illegal. It's just drugs.
If he was as forcefully strong over Kathy as the state wants you to believe he was, He could have forced her into the bathroom in their own home where there were no ring cameras and slit her wrists in the bathtub. And in any of those scenarios, he wouldn't have had to rely on her coming to him, her driving hours to get to him. He didn't want to kill her. You heard him on the body-worn camera footage. I don't want to kill her, but if she attacks me, I will defend myself. The state has proved nothing of significance beyond a reasonable doubt to you, except that Collin and his mom had a very disturbed relationship. And also perhaps that they never should have been living together. You heard about other family members who were periodically estranged from Kathy. These were all adults with their own lives. Collin, who also clearly wanted to separate himself from his mother, was still a kid without the agency or the autonomy to really sever any connection with her. Right? He's telling people, I don't feel safe, I don't want to go back with my mom, and yet they kept making him do that. It's kind of like someone saying, say, a zoo worker or a circus worker that's responsible for taking care of a lion in a cage.
Or the goats.
Don't make me go back in that cage with that lion. It's bared its fangs at me, it's reared up at me, but luckily every time I was able to get out before it attacked me and caused me harm.
But if you put me back in there, I'm going
And the
to rip
zookeepers
its head off?
and
What?
the circus people kept saying, he'll be fine, go back in the cage, and closing the door behind him. Doesn't mean that the lion is in attack mode all the time. The lion could be majestic and charming to audiences and cute even sometimes. Could seem calm, like you'd want to pet it. But it was, after all, a violent being. And just because the poor zoo or circus worker was forced to go back into that cage time and time again, when the lion finally managed to attack him and he couldn't get out, you can't blame the person who was forced into that cage over and over and over for defending himself.
I was able to use the lion's claws to stab it to death? Is that what you're saying? Is that where the analogy goes? I turned its
Each
paw
one of
against
the
it,
authority figures
bit
that
itself in the
Collin
neck.
begged to take him away from his mother, ignored him, failed to protect him. They had the power to make the if part of Collin's statements that he might harm his mom not come true. And they didn't. So, been through a lot. Gonna give you one final thought.
It's an optical image. It's the vase and the two faces.
Okay? Unless and until the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence and facts that he kidnapped and murdered his mother. So that's like saying you have to start with seeing the vase in black. That's the presumption of innocence. In order for the state to overcome that presumption of innocence, they have to provide you with facts such that you can only see the faces such that you don't see the vase anymore. If you can see both the faces and the vase, that's reasonable doubt. The state has in no way come close to proving to you beyond a reasonable doubt that only the faces exist. They have failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin did anything other than defend himself against his mother, and that what he was afraid would happen actually happened. Your verdict has to be not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Members of the jury, we're going to take one more 10-minute recess. I think you need to finish making your lunch selections, because we'll hear from the state in rebuttal, and then I'll go directly into the instructions. So we'll take 10 minutes.
All rise, please.
Okay, the image they just showed is this one right here. That's not it. Let's do the camera 3. The face in the vases image. You may be familiar with this one. Looks like that. The white is the faces, the black is the vase, and she's saying you need to be able to see one or the other. Interesting little. It was more interesting than the lions, tigers, and bears analogy.
It will be in a 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess for the state to come up with their rebuttal for this. What do you do? Do you pick up the analogy where she left off and say, in this case, Kathy was the keeper and Collin was the lion? Do you go that route? I mean, that might be interesting, because I think that was a poor analogy to use. The argument that let's back up just a little bit. First of all, this has been the first time the prosecution's really laid into the self-defense claim, right? They've presented some evidence to say there was self-defense. And we learned, if you go all the way back to Sarah Boone's case, in Sarah Boone's trial, she had to testify in her own defense because there was no evidence whatsoever that supported the idea that it was self-defense. And so without anyone else bringing that testimony in, she had to get on the stand and testify. In Florida, you don't need to testify to have a self-defense claim and to have that raised in your case. As is the case with Collin, he has not taken the stand. We have not heard from him under oath. And but there has to be testimony from witnesses, physical evidence, some surveillance footage would be good. Testimony from the accuser, which doesn't work because they're dead. But they need to prove a couple things. The first is that he had a reasonable belief that there was going to be some serious, immediate danger to him. He has to prove that the force he used was proportional to the threat and that his actions were justified. There's only one knife in the fight. If he has the knife, there is no threat. Or at least the proportion is way out of balance. If he is able to gain control of the knife, the proportion is out of balance. And I think that's a tough argument to sell, because also to really claim self-defense, there is a tacit admission that you did it. Okay, you can't say, oh, she just fell on the knife. It was purely accidental. I had nothing to do with it, and say, in self-defense, she fell on the knife. They're trying to weave both arguments together to hope that somebody out there might say that, oh, she did come at her, or yes, this was clearly self-defense, or this was accidental. It doesn't matter which one the jury decides. If they think it is accidental, if they think it was self-defense, we're going to have a hung jury at worst. I'd say at best. But I just... the lion analogy got me a little frustrated. My battery's dead. Goat. There it is. Goat is about giving up his last scream here. So now I'm thinking about the state, about the prosecutor and how he picks this up. I think if I were him, I would go with the lion analogy. and say that that Kathy was the keeper. She was the one in charge of this volatile teenager. I realize there's arguments to be made both ways, but the state's going to make the one that's most supportive to their case. I would think he would pick up that. It takes a little bit of flexibility because you've got 10 minutes to write this and think this through and present this logical argument. There are also some points that the defense raised during their closing argument that almost made it sound like if he really did shoot someone, don't you think there would be evidence of that? It almost made it sound like he had not killed someone in Oklahoma prior to this, even though we know that. The defense got right along those lines when they were talking about the evidence of the confession on the Ring camera and everything else. If there really was that, don't you think there would be evidence to support it? That was a gray area. I thought there was going to be an objection, but wow. Craziest closing ever. 2025 has been the year of crazy closings. It's been wild. Use the attorney's own words about if there's no consequences for your actions, those actions will continue. Drama Llama says, let me give you something else to think about. They're replacing our pole outside. I get a metal one. Hubby said to make sure not to lick it when it's cold. Yeah, I'd film it. I'd film it. Go live, Drama Llama, with the pole replacement. Those streams do well. Need a solar panel for the goat. I need to be able to recharge. I think he just takes batteries. Yeah, it's just like a watch battery. I'll replace the batteries. What did she say about Oklahoma? Melanie, she said that if Kathy really did have video recordings, Ring camera footage of Collin admitting that he killed his dad, it was premeditated in Oklahoma, that he planned it out, that it was not self-defense. If she really did have those, like she said she had, and she was going to send them to people, then we would be seeing them in court. I'm not sure if that should have been allowed for her to say that, because I don't know if that would be admissible. That would be a prior bad act. Definitely. It would be extremely prejudicial. I don't know if the probative value would overcome the extreme prejudice that would come with that piece of evidence. But she went on to, the way she made the argument, it almost made it sound like she was saying he's accused of shooting somebody in Oklahoma, but had that actually happened, don't you think you'd be hearing about it? And this was an item that by their own motion, defense's own motion, they kept out of court. That's why I thought there was going to be an objection, which there wasn't. All right, you can't see them in court because they couldn't say he unloved his father. Right, they're kept out. You wouldn't see them. If they do exist, we wouldn't know in this court. If those existed, the state would have played them. No, the state has plenty of evidence that's even more damning than what has been presented to the jury, and it was not played because of rules of evidence. It's, for various, or, in one case, because of attorney-client privilege. He told his attorney, the old stab to the neck routine is what he would probably do, next time with his mom if something happened. And that was kept out. The jury didn't hear that. The interesting open where the defense says, basically, believe everything you've heard in court. Believe everybody except for Collin's grandpa. You've heard Collin talk. Did that sound like his words? Did Grandpa sound like he was parroting word for word what Collin said when he said, I want to slit my mom's throat and watch her bleed out and watch the life drain from her. I want to feel the life leave her body. Do you think that's Collin's voice, or do you think that's what Grandpa just fabricated out of whole cloth in his head? Interesting. Maybe she's goading the prosecutor to slip up. I mentioned that, Lobo. It sounds like the way she brought that up so many times and cast doubt on the whatever happened in Oklahoma, if that was wrong, if he had done any wrong, don't you think he would have heard about it? The way she did that, it is very much, it's dangling the carrot in front of the defense to try to get them to go to that same area. As soon as Dad is mentioned in this trial, if it's done by the prosecution, it is a mistrial. It's over. as soon as, well, in that you mentioned that, that Connor shot and killed his dad, it would be a mistrial immediately. She's poking the lion. This is wild. But we've heard the last from the defense. They do not get to go again. Both sides have taken, I think, about 45 minutes. I think maybe defense took about an hour. So probably we expect maybe another 15, 30 minutes tops out of the prosecution. They don't have a time limit. They just have told the judge they would be done by noon. And then we have, judging from what we heard in the jury conference, the jury instruction conference, we have about 20 to 30 minutes of jury instructions on this one because there are a lot of lesser includeds and definitions that will have to be gone over. And then the jury will begin deliberating right around lunchtime when they will have food as well. The food will be arriving. So they might take an hour off and then start deliberating. That's our plan to cover Megan Boswell next. And that's going to be a tough case. We're going to need to be mindful of each other. And there's a child victim in that one.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Was his fingerprints or DNA on the knife? I don't know if the knife was tested. I know his DNA was not found under her fingernails, but I also don't know if she had long fingernails or, sometimes, yeah. Her hands could have been covered with her own DNA, with blood, and yeah, just not sure. And Collin didn't have any scratches. Like if Collin had scratches and there was no DNA under her fingernails, that would be weird. But there was virtually nothing on him. I think there was a small cut in his shirt and maybe a scratch at his waist. Knife was screened for fingerprints, but nothing viable. Had to get out of her neck. It probably was in and out. But there's been no testimony of that. We don't know. But the knife being in the wound would significantly hamper the bleeding. It would close it would close a lot of it off because it was blocking things off. The knife coming back out really allows the blood to start flowing fast. All right. I think it was her co-counsel that had the coughing fit during her defense argument closing. No scratches because he startled her with the stabbing. Right, Carol, I think there's plenty of evidence to show that there was, in fact, a struggle with the hair pulling. The two neighbors that saw that, they heard, even through closed doors, "Collin, stop, you're hurting me." The earbuds that had fallen out, if my earbud falls out, I pick it up immediately. I would have searched for it. The argument that had she been struggling, getting her hair pulled, the room would have been a mess. It's like, no, when somebody's got you by the hair, you're like, ow, stop. You're like holding your hair and like trying to keep your scalp from ripping off, right? Your hands are right there. They're not like flailing around trying to make a mess of the room as you get dragged through. And the fact that she was covered in bruises and blaming it on the morgue lighting, the morgue lighting did not cause the bruises. It's not looking good for him, but
please be seated.
See what the jury thinks here. Larley, thank you very much.
Mr. Levine, rebuttal.
Thank you, Judge.
With a lion.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about 6 minutes away from hearing the jury instructions. It's going to be a lot shorter than the first time around. And we're going to finish up with the rest of the PowerPoint.
No changes. It was all pre-planned. No response.
Those two photos there, as you heard Dr. Garavan say, are consistent with defensive wounds. Open, gaping, fresh defensive wounds. Kathy doing what she could with her bare hand to try to prevent that knife from going through her neck. Remember, the defendant, his hands were pristine. No cuts, no bruises, no stab wounds, nothing. Because Kathy never had that knife. So, how did this happy, smiling young lady turn into those last photographs you saw?
A couple quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
She was quite aware that he was capable of killing her.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Now, how did the defendant act when his mom did something as simple as take away his Xbox and his phone to try to instill some discipline action?
You stood up and said, okay, let's do it, let's do it. Yes, you did. I was there.
I was saying, no, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer.
Why does she think he's a psychopath and a murderer? Sometimes when you protest too much, you're scared of the reality.
I'll say it to you like this, if you want to know. Collin 1 is, I guess, he's who just wants to survive, help people, and do good things in the world. And Collin 2 is the one that protects Collin 1 in situations where he can't escape from. And Collin 2 is the one that killed someone. Because what's it going to come down to next time?
I don't think you're a pussy. I think that you are capable of killing your mother, but I don't think that you will.
No, why would I?
Collin, I will let you get to that. Do you think Collin will let you get to that? I can't hear you, sir. But why Collin? You're a strong individual. Why would you submit in a roundabout way? So, when we talk about...
It's the strongest version of me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant knows the strongest version of him is the one that kills and murders.
So how is the situation with you and Mom right now? Things calm down?
No,
you guys
no,
get along? Where are we at?
No, sir, it's not good. She thinks that I get shit out of her. I don't. She thinks that I'm like psychotic, like literally psychopath, sociopath, something like that. I don't know exactly where she's at. She thinks I'm gonna kill her.
She's 100% on the money.
Okay, what about you doing something to her? Are you able to control yourself?
I'm in a constant state of fight or flight, and I don't know. If I think she's gonna do something, even if she's not, I might act.
He acted all right. This is what the defendant said to his own grandpa, Robert Willantis, whose daughter was brutalized by the defendant. My grandson was very aggravated at his grandmother and his mother. He said, I am so tired of these two bitches. I'm disgusted. He said, my mom, I keep thinking over and over, I want to slit her throat. I want her to bleed out. I want to smell the blood. I want to feel the blood. I want to feel the life in the blood leaving her body. And that's exactly what he did. And that's just not Robert Willantis saying that. When you look back at the text message that Kathy sent to the defendant before she came over, she said to her son, "My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February." So that just corroborates what you should already know, that Robert told his daughter what was coming her way. And what was coming her way was exactly what the defendant said he wanted to do with her. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what he wanted to do as he left his mom with that gaping hole, just as he said he would. So the talk is done. Now it's time for action. When you go back in that jury room and deliberate, come back, dispense justice in the utmost way. Thank you.
Wow. That was definitely a stronger closing than how his first portion started.
All right, members of the jury, thank you for your attention during the trial. Please pay attention to the instructions you're about to receive. Now, if you've been taking notes, you're welcome to continue doing so, but before you make that decision, be advised you will receive a written version of these instructions. Collin Griffith, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and kidnapping. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find that Catherine Griffith was killed by Collin Griffith, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or was second-degree murder or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. 1. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2. When the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Collin Griffith may be found guilty of first-degree murder or any lesser included crime. Now, there are two ways a person may commit first-degree murder. One is known as first-degree premeditated murder, and the other is known as first-degree felony murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Catherine Griffith is dead. Second, that the death was caused by the criminal act of Collin Griffith. And third, that there was a premeditated killing of Catherine Griffith. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. However, the period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. To prove the crime of first-degree felony murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Catherine Griffith is dead. Second, that while engaged in the commission of kidnapping, Collin Griffith caused the death of Catherine Griffith. And third, that Collin Griffith was the person who actually killed Catherine Griffith. In order to convict the defendant of first-degree felony murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that Collin Griffith had a premeditated design or intent to kill. To prove the crime of kidnapping, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Collin Griffith forcibly, secretly, or by threat confined, abducted, or imprisoned Catherine Griffith against her will. Second, that Collin Griffith had no lawful authority to do so. And third, that Collin Griffith acted with intent to inflict bodily harm upon or to terrorize Catherine Griffith, or commit or facilitate the commission of any murder. In order to be kidnapping, the confinement, abduction, or imprisonment, A, must not be slight, inconsequential, or merely incidental to the murder. B, must not be of the kind inherent in the nature of the murder. And C, must have some significance independent of the murder, in that it makes the murder substantially easier of commission or substantially lessens the risk of detection. Secretly means the defendant intended to isolate or insulate Catherine Griffith from meaningful contact or meaningful communication with the public. Now, in considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which he's been accused, there may be evidence of other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime or crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder, as I've said, are second-degree murder and manslaughter. The lesser crime indicated in the definition of kidnapping is false imprisonment. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Catherine Griffith is dead. Second, that the death was caused by the criminal act of Collin Griffith. And third, that there was an unlawful killing of Catherine Griffith by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Again, an act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove Collin Griffith had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter as a lesser-included crime in Count 1, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Catherine Griffith is dead. And second, that Collin Griffith intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Catherine Griffith. Now, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is called negligence. Collin Griffith cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that Collin Griffith had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. To prove the crime of false imprisonment as a lesser-included offense in Count 2, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Collin Griffith forcibly, secretly, or by threat confined, abducted, imprisoned, or restrained Catherine Griffith against her will, and second, that Collin Griffith had no lawful authority to do so. Again, secretly means Collin Griffith intended to isolate or insulate Catherine Griffith from meaningful contact or meaningful communication with the public. It is a defense to the crime of first-degree murder and all of the lesser-included crimes of first-degree murder if the actions of Collin Griffith constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Again, great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Collin Griffith does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. The law on justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Collin Griffith was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Collin Griffith had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. If Collin Griffith was in a residence in which he had a right to be, he had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand his ground and use force, including deadly force, if he reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The use of deadly force is justifiable if Collin Griffith reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself while resisting any attempt to murder him or commit an aggravated battery or aggravated assault upon him. In deciding whether Collin Griffith was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Residence means a dwelling in which a person resides, either temporarily or permanently, or is visiting as an invited guest. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that the defendant was attempting to committing, or escaping after the commission of kidnapping. If you find that Collin Griffith, who, because of prior threats or difficulties with Catherine Griffith, had reasonable grounds to believe that he was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Catherine Griffith, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Collin Griffith were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged first-degree murder or any lesser-included offense, Collin Griffith knew that Catherine Griffith had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Collin Griffith reasonably believed it was necessary for him to use deadly force. If you find that Catherine Griffith had a reputation of being a violent and dangerous person, and that her reputation was known to Collin Griffith, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Collin Griffith were those of a reasonable person in dealing with an individual of that reputation. If you find that Catherine Griffith had a reputation of being a violent and dangerous person, you may consider this fact in determining whether she was the initial aggressor. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Collin Griffith and Catherine Griffith. Now, if you find that Collin Griffith committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a weapon, you should find him guilty of second-degree murder with a weapon or manslaughter with a weapon. A weapon is defined as any object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction. If you find that Collin Griffith committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a weapon, then you should find him guilty only of second-degree murder or manslaughter. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe that the defendant is innocent. This presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and that the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant, on the other hand, is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced during the trial and to it alone that you're to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence itself, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you, as the jury, to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some other things you should consider are as follows. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Did the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Now, the fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Also, expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like any other witness, a juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert witness's testimony. It is entirely proper.
We have a issue. I don't know what just happened. Somebody just kicked the
For
plug.
a lawyer to speak with a witness about what testimony a witness would give if called to the courtroom, or discussing his or her testimony with a lawyer. You may rely upon your own conclusions about the credibility of any witness. As I've said, a juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness.
He's done this a lot, so he's just following his cue sheet, making eye
The
contact.
Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to become a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt, nor be influenced by his decision in any way. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and weighed with great care to make certain that it was freely and voluntarily made. If you conclude that the defendant made the statement, you must also determine from the evidence whether the defendant's statement was freely and voluntarily made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including, but not limited to, whether, when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened to get him to make the statement, and whether anyone had promised him anything to get him to make the statement. If you conclude the defendant made the out-of-court statement, but that it was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. The following are some general rules that will apply to your deliberations, and you must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. First, you must follow the law, as I am now spelling it out for you in deciding your verdict. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the laws in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision. This case must only be decided upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. And remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them must not influence your decision in any way. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is my job to determine what an appropriate sentence would be if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. And your verdict must not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. It must be based on the evidence and the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that makes you think I prefer one verdict over the other. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then, of course, your verdict must be not guilty. Now, if you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder, and it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree felony murder. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree the state proved either first-degree premeditated murder or first-degree felony murder. Remember, the verdict must be unanimous. Each of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. It must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared. It is fairly straightforward, but the law requires that I show it to you, explain it, and read it into the record. And this is it. It is 2 pages long. At the top of the first page is what we call the caption. That gives you the information about where the case is pending, who is involved, and so forth. It reads, in the Circuit Court of the 10th Judicial Circuit of Florida in and for Polk County, with the case number 53-2024 CF 8410A000XX, and the division assignment underneath, F9. You'll then note the names of the parties pitted against each other. State of Florida, plaintiff versus Collin, Griffith, defendant. It is entitled, not surprisingly, verdict. It then begins, and you'll notice count 1 is on page 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. As to count 1, you'll notice a parenthetical there which reads, select only one. That's a simple reminder that you can only have one verdict for each count. There are 4 choices underneath, marked A through D, with a line out to the left. That's where you'd place your mark when you've agreed on your verdict. That can be a check, X, 4-person initials, whatever you like, so long as it's clear and singular. Those choices are: A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. And then at the top of page 2 is count 2. As to count 2, again the reminder to select only one. 3 choices for count 2, marked A through C. A, the defendant is guilty of kidnapping, as charged in the indictment. B, the defendant is guilty of false imprisonment, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is not guilty. Now, if in count 1 you found the defendant guilty of either first-degree murder or second-degree murder, you'll notice this next section called Special Findings, and there's a question, depending on your verdict in count 1, there are 2 potential questions here. But the first question you would only answer if you found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder. And that question is, 1, did the defendant actually kill Catherine Griffith? The reminder again to select only one. These findings also have to be unanimous, and the reasonable doubt standard applies as well to these findings. So, did the defendant actually kill Catherine Griffith? 2 choices, yes or no. Then the second question for count 1, and this is if you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder or manslaughter. And that question is, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a weapon? Again, select only one, yes or no. So, if you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, you would only answer question 1. If you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, you would answer both questions. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, you would only answer the second question. If you find the defendant not guilty, do not answer either question. It concludes, so say we all, this blank day of February 2025, and then there's a place for the 4-person signature, and underneath to print his or her name. Now, a separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict rendered as to each. Now, a finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged, except, as I'm about to explain to you in the instruction regarding legally interlocking counts. The crime of first-degree felony murder, charged in count 1, is linked to count 2, kidnapping. and that the crime charged in count 2, kidnapping, is an element of the first-degree felony murder charged in count 1. You should first consider the evidence applicable to count 2. If you find that the crime charged in count 2, kidnapping, has not been proven beyond all reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree felony murder in count 1.
Or,
if, on the other hand, you find that the crime charged in count 2, kidnapping, has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider the evidence applicable to first-degree felony murder charged in count 1. Now, a guilty verdict on count 2, kidnapping, does not require a guilty verdict on the charge of first-degree felony murder in count 1.
But it gets rid of self-defense.
You should find the defendant guilty on the charge of first-degree felony murder in count 1 only if you find all the elements of the crime, including the essential elements contained in the crime charged in count 2, kidnapping, were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the alternative crime of first-degree premeditated murder in count 1 is not linked to any other count in the indictment. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to count 2 must not affect your verdict as to the first-degree premeditated murder in count 1. In just a few moments, Mr. Hertel will take you to the jury room. The first thing that you should do is select a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations, much like the chair at a meeting. It is that person's main function to see to it that your discussions are carried out in an organized fashion and to make certain that each of you has a fair opportunity to be heard. It is that person's job, as I've said, to sign and date the verdict form when you have agreed on your verdicts, and to bring the verdict form to the courtroom when deliberations have concluded. During deliberations, jurors must communicate only with one another, and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. That means if someone steps into the restroom, all discussions about the case must stop until that person returns. You are not to communicate with anyone outside the jury about this case until you have reached a verdict. Remember, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, in writing, or by use of an electronic device, or by any use of electronic media. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations, and know that these rules will continue to apply until you are discharged at the very end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions, or any other instruction I have given you during your service, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Now, many of you have cell phones, perhaps other types of electronic devices with you. The law does not permit those things to go to the jury room with you during deliberations. Mr. Hertel will be collecting those things from you. They will be securely stored away in an evidence closet. No one will have access to them. And they will be returned to you promptly upon your discharge. Or if your deliberations aren't concluded today, you will be given them for the overnight recess. I would ask that you put those things on silent or vibrate. I do have other business to conduct in the courtroom. It would be distracting if your cell phones are ringing over there in the closet. If you need to communicate with me during deliberations, please do that in writing by sending a note through the bailiff. Now, if at the time you send such communication you have taken a vote, please do not disclose the nature of your vote to us. That has nothing to do with any of our functions. It is your private affair. If you have questions, I will have to talk with the lawyers about your questions before I answer, if I'm able to answer. That could take some time. If you are able to continue deliberating while you await my answer, you may certainly do so. If I am able to answer a question and the answer is simple, I will very likely respond in writing on the same piece of paper that you sent to me. If that happens, please keep that piece of paper with the evidence. It must be filed in the court file at the conclusion of the case. If the answer is more complex, you may be brought back into the courtroom for some additional oral instruction. During the trial, several exhibits were received in evidence. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will assist you during your deliberations. They will all be sent back to the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you, it is important that you follow the law as I have just spelled it out for you in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For centuries, we have agreed to live by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules that we all share. Any objections to the instructions as orally given or any additional instructions requested by the state?
No, Your Honor.
By the defense?
No, sir.
All right. Before I identify our alternate jurors, which is my least favorite part of the trial, and send you back to deliberate, I want to know if any of you are aware of any violation or if any of you have been exposed to any information, anything that might impact your ability to continue serving fairly and impartially. If something you're supposed to make me aware of has not been brought to my attention, please raise your hand. All right. There are no hands raised.
I like that.
You all know your juror numbers, correct? Juror number 1981288, 1981110, and 1980802, the three ladies on the far end of the back row. You are our alternate jurors. You will not be going back to deliberate. There are a few things I would like to say to you before I discharge you. So if you would stay behind in the courtroom with us, the bailiff will make sure that some lunch is set aside for you to take with you. You're welcome to do that. So if you'd stay behind with us for just a moment, for the rest of you, we will send back the written instructions, the verdict form, and the evidence to you in just a moment. You may now retire to consider your verdict.
All rise, please. Can you bring your notepad?
This is interesting. What if they left their eggs in the jury room? We're starting the timer right now. I'll bring that up on the screen here in just a minute. Alternates do get lunch. All we know is three ladies. Alternates were picked. We don't know the makeup of the actual jury here who will be deliberating. But we do have a poll up to determine how long you think the jury is going to deliberate in this case. It gives us an indicator of how complex you think this case will be for them to decide. A couple things I want to talk about.
Ladies, I'm not sure how you feel. Oftentimes the alternate is quite disappointed to find out they've devoted so much of their time to the system and then don't get to do really the most important job of the juror back in the jury room. Many alternates are quite relieved to find out they don't have to go through that process. Wherever you fall on that spectrum, I hope that you understand that you have performed a vital service by being here. Across the nation every day, in state and federal court, in criminal and civil cases alike, alternate jurors are selected, many times more than one, such as in this case, and more often than you might think, the alternate or alternates are called upon to take the seat of someone who is excused for one reason or the other during the case. That is especially true and happens frequently in cases covered by the media. This case has received significant media attention, national media attention, and the danger that a friend or family member spouts something off about what they saw on the news that rings a bell with you, or folks just approaching you, trying to talk to you. The danger is quite real that jurors become prejudiced during the trial. So that's why we have multiple jurors. Also, the fact that it was over a week-long trial. So I want to make sure that you understand what a vital service you've performed by being here, and here's why it's important. If something had happened to those who are now back there deliberating, and I did not have an alternate or sufficient number of alternates to replace those folks, and the parties could not agree to proceed with fewer jurors than they're entitled to under the law, in this case 12, my hands would have been tied. I would have had no choice but to scrap everything, send everyone on their way, and start all over on another day. And you know just what an expensive proposition that is for everyone involved, your fellow jurors, and the community of taxpayers. So you have indeed performed a vital service. I've been telling you you cannot talk about this case or look things up. You are completely released from both of those orders. You can talk to anybody you want to, including the people here. They can't approach you, but if you had questions or comments, you can approach them. You're welcome to stay and see what happens. Want to make sure that you get some lunch, but you are also equally free to forget about this case, refuse to talk to anyone, and be on your way. That's going to be up to you. On behalf of the entire 10th Circuit and all assembled here, I humbly thank you for your service. You are now discharged.
A little nod there from Collin. It's like, thanks.
Because he's going to take you out this back door, so give us just a moment.
All right, so we have the three alternates leaving. Hopefully they didn't leave anything in the jury room, eggs and such, especially at the price of eggs today. But they do get lunch to go on their way, and they're welcome to stay. They could now move right back to the gallery in the courtroom if they so choose, and they're also welcome to speak to the media and everything. A lot of times you'll have the alternates are instructed still not to do anything, but these alternates were released from their duty entirely. And so if for some reason a juror at this point gets sick and can't continue, it would be a mistrial. A little bit of a different way they do that down there. The judge's instructions to the jury ran about 40 minutes, 5 minutes just here for the alternates, but 40 minutes to the main group. A little bit longer than I anticipated, but his intonation, his cadence, his speaking style was a little more slow and deliberate, and I think that helps, especially when you're dealing with something as complicated as jury instructions and verdict forms. But there was one part that stood out to me that I said that's important when it happened, and I'm trying to recall I wish I knew exactly the words. I didn't record it and isolate it. But what happened was the judge said, if you find that the crime of kidnapping occurred, which is the first thing in the chain of events, if you're looking at as far as the charged crimes, kidnapping occurred before murder, because the kidnapping happened outside, according to the state, where he grabbed his mom by the hair and pulled her into the house, forced her into a confined area outside of public view so that he could, allegedly do something like murder or grievous bodily harm. If you find that occurred, then you cannot find for self-defense. That's huge. That's huge. We have two witnesses that show that he was, pulling her hair. The whole usher thing, defense is BS. But the ushered her into the house. Come on in, Mom, this way. Don't want to disturb the neighbors. That's not. We have a neighbor who heard through her closed doors and windows Kathy yelling so loudly, "Collin, stop! You're hurting me!" and witnessed the hair pulling. We also have the physical evidence that would support the hair pulling occurred. And so that in and of itself, I think they've done a good job of proving that kidnapping occurred in that moment. Somebody said something about Kathy's the only one that did kidnapping. Kathy, as the legal adult responsible for Collin, because Collin is still a juvenile. You can't kidnap your own child if you are the custodial parent. It doesn't work that way. Not like that. She was the only person who had. I guess Susan could technically have her in her custody as well. So taking him back home, there was no problem there. Let's see. $4.99 a dozen. It's time to buy a chicken. It's time to buy chickens. I've got half a chicken coop built in my yard. We will let me get the timer up. We're 7 minutes and 11 seconds into deliberation right now, so give me just a minute to get that on screen. It's going to look something like this, if I can get it fixed right. We're on camera 7 for that one. Okay. And make it big. How does that look? Does it fit? The hundredths of seconds drive people nuts, but we'll get rid of the objection counter as well. I'll trim it down and everything else. You guys want the results for the poll? Red Pen, thank you very much for the reminder. We have... The poll is up right now. I'm going to give it just a moment longer before we close it out. The question is, how long will the jury deliberate? The best thing you can do basically is once you've voted, you can indicate that by clicking the like button on the stream. That way I will know that that all the voting has concluded. I'm showing a few people that are haven't quite made that decision yet. We only have about 750 votes in. How long will the jury deliberate? The options are less than 2 hours. I say 2 hours because we know that lunch has been ordered and is on its way, and there's a high likelihood the jury will eat because it is lunchtime before deliberation really begins. So less than 2 hours is option number 1. 2 to 5 hours is option number 2. Tuesday evening verdict. This would be basically a late night verdict, later than court normally runs, and that would be today. And then hump day verdict or later would push us into tomorrow or later on in the week at some time. So we've got a fairly good split right now. We already did the guilty, not guilty poll previously. We did that right at the closing. Let's see. All right, the votes are still flying in, so I'll give it just a minute more before we close it out. Thank you. We did reach the 1,000 likes on the stream, which is always a benchmark we'd love to hit. All right, votes are slowing down a little bit. Just about 10 more seconds on the voting, the balloting, and we'll close that out and bring the results. And then we're going to do a poll about eggs, apparently. Next case, oh my goodness. Next case, there's a child victim, a young child victim, and the mother's being charged. It's going to be a tough one. I think we're going to get through it. I think it's an important one. And all right, with 849, 800, waiting for 850 votes, 851. We're closing out the ballots. It shows up like this. How long will the jury deliberate? 2 to 5 hours, which would be our shortest option, had 55% of the vote. Less than 2 hours, or sorry, that was the second option. Less than 2 hours with 22%. Tuesday evening at 11%, and another 10 or 9% say hump day verdict or later. So there are the results. So the next trial is going to Tennessee. Tennessee. Let's see. Banner update. I will update it. It was on here a minute ago. Just 1 second. You're talking about pinned message. I missed it. But we are in verdict watch. Let me get the proper. I got rid of my label for it. But all right, let's make the timer a little bit better. Get rid of the thousandth of a second. I know you guys hate those. We don't. This isn't like an Olympic sport. It's not like we need the timer to be that precise. So let's see. Can we make it any bigger? Maybe. Now let's use our buttons. Super source. Box 1. We'll crop it down like this. And position it over a tiny bit. There we go. There's our timer. Does that work? All right. I fooled you, Red Pen. I've transitioned to sitting now. I did it slowly and quietly. Can I move it up by one? Yeah. Like that. Is it too low? All right. Questions. What are your thoughts? I asked for that, but at the same time, I just know that Mrs. R.A. has my phone connector. I have the phone. Let me see if I can connect it via Bluetooth so we can still take calls. Hold on one second. Okay, in theory, we're connected and it should work if we get some calls. I can't guarantee it will. I generally like a hard connection instead of Bluetooth for calls. Thank you, Josh, for the update. I'll pin that one. Okay. Is this a death penalty case? No, because he's a juvenile. With the defendant being 17 years old, he cannot be charged. He cannot. The death penalty cannot be a punishment for a juvenile. That's a Supreme Court ruling. But he is being charged as an adult, so he is in court charged as an adult. But death penalty is not on the table. Life in prison without parole would be the worst he could get. Missed the verdict prediction. About 55% of us say it'll be 2 to 5 hours. Okay, we're going to see if the phone works here. So far, so good.
Mail, press 2.
Hey, this is R.A. Who's on the phone?
Sloth Life.
Hey, Sloth Life, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you, Ari?
I'm doing fabulous.
Great, glad to hear.
I have to tell you, the little knife you sent me, the first one, is a great letter opener, and I use it to open all the requests for stickers. So thank you very much for that one.
You're very welcome. I'm glad it's still working, so the reviews weren't obviously accurate.
Hey. What are your thoughts here on this one?
I have quite a lot of thoughts on this, and first and foremost, I am not condoning or agreeing with Collin's actions in any way. And I know that the chat, we've had a lot of people talking about empathy and sympathy, but I grew up in a situation very much like Collin, where there was a lot of emotional and physical violence, including being hit with belts and punched. And at 16 in Scotland, you become an adult and your parents no longer have parental rights and responsibility over you. And at 16, obviously, we're not emotionally developed enough to really control our emotions and things. And I think for me, after years of therapy, I realised that when you grow up in an environment where violence is the answer to everything, you have your sort of 4 responses of fight, flight, freeze or fawn. And some people choose fight, and, you know, that's obviously Collin's response. It was mine. I did not injure my father, but I did throw a chair at him when I was 16 because he came at me. But at that point, I snapped. and I threw a chair, which hit him, didn't do any serious damage, but in some ways, I'm not condoning what he did, but I can understand that this is a person who has had years and years and years of torture, if you want to call it that, because in that environment you do walk on eggshells. I mean, my father used to, even when we were out, he was very clever about it, not so much like Kathy, who obviously is very vocal, but my father, if we were out, you would get a look and you knew that when you got home you were going to get the punishment. You wouldn't do it in front of people, but he was so bad that our family members were threatened, like, if you don't behave you'll go and live with Angela's dad, and so none of our friends or cousins were ever over at our house because they were so scared of my dad. And he's still alive today and he still knows how to push my buttons, so I don't have a great relationship with my dad. I have to see him because he's alone now. He's 80 and my mum passed away a year and a half ago. But I don't like my dad, and I can see with times where I wouldn't do anything to him, but I have to say when I was a lot younger and before therapy, I used to wish that things would happen to him. Not by my hand, but I did used to wish someone else would do something to him because he was such a horrible person. Does not excuse what Collin did at all. I don't know if I can quite reach the premeditated part. I think he's just snapped, as in years of this being belittled, put down. The cry for help, I feel that he was seriously let down by the system as well.
There have been failures all over in it, and people wonder, why is he still there? Why, we knew that November the previous year there was an assault charge where, I don't know who started it, what happened exactly, but Collin was charged with domestic assault against his mom for that one. And why are they still in the same house? Why has the state not stepped in and saying, okay, there's a problem here, and keeping you two together is not fixing it?
I think that's what I found strange. And again, it's just, I know people are not familiar with Scotland, just as we're not familiar with the American system, but we have a totally different children's welfare justice system in Scotland. It's so unique, it's the only one in the world. And I actually served on it because I came from a trauma background. That was my way of giving back. And what our justice system is that all children under the age of 18, even if they commit an offence, they go to what's called a children's panel. So the sort of grounds, if you like, the legal part would be established in court, but the court don't dispose of it. It goes to specially trained lay people, which is volunteers, a panel of 3 people from the local community who are trained up in children's law, what resources are available, etc. And they come before us with their social worker, their advocate, their parents. They can have a lawyer, and we listen to all the facts similar to, like a court would, and we would make decisions about what was in the child's best interest. And so listening to all of this trial, which is why I've not been in chat so much, because it has been a bit triggering for me. I was thinking that if that case had been in Scotland, it would have been handled so much different, because we would have taken his pleas of, I don't want to be home or I would rather be in foster care seriously, and he would have been given that opportunity. And our decisions override parental rights and responsibilities. But I think it's a really, really sad case all round. And as I say, I think Collin has had a terrible life. Kathy has had a terrible life. I think even listening to her on the ring videos, you can tell she's not emotionally equipped to be raising a child, let alone herself. That's just my opinion. So that's just some of my thoughts on it. Maybe not everyone agrees. As I say, I'm not excusing it. I do think he's guilty, and I do think he needs to, serve some time, but also get help. He needs therapy, because he's never going to come out of that. I think they put him in a prison environment where there's maybe more potential anger and things, and you don't get the opportunity to resolve the underlying issues. He's never going to get any better.
Yeah, I'm of the personal belief that I don't believe in throwing people's lives away, and I take that lightly. I do think that there are times when the death penalty is the right solution, but if it's less than that, what are we doing? Are we trying to help them? Are we trying to give them a chance to do some good, even if it's just within the walls of the prison, or are we just punishing for the sake of punishment?
And that's what I think. Like prison, serves a purpose, but I think there has to be an intervention. But again, as you and other people say, you can lead a horse to water. But Collin has to want to be able to participate in that and participate meaningfully. And I don't know if his actions in court and maybe even perhaps the previous incident with Dad, there may be underlying issues. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, psychiatrist, whatever, but definitely, I think he's fallen through the cracks somewhere, but with absolutely horrific consequences.
Yeah, well, the issues with his dad, he solved those when he shot his dad and killed him. So that part is going to be looked at again by Oklahoma as they're reopening the investigation into the cause of death to see if that was, if they leave it thinking that it's going to be, that it was, could have been self-defense, or if they charge him, that's going to happen here after this trial. But
I don't think this was self-defense, but that's just my opinion, and I think quite rightly they should relook at the dad, especially now, given in the circumstances. Tell Barb I'm from Paisley.
Say that again, Paisley?
Paisley, as in Paisley Part Tie.
That doesn't help. You have to spell it for me.
P-A-I, Papa Alpha Indigo Sierra Lima Echo Yankee.
Okay, Paisley.
Yes, Paisley, like a Paisley tie, the Paisley pattern.
Okay. I love your accent.
Those ties you see with with like a teardrop pattern on it?
I thought you said Paisley Parton Kai. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
No. Kaylee's put it in chat. A Paisley pattern tie. Yeah.
Well,
I wanted to ask MC, you can put in chat where your brother is, and maybe I might know him. So, anyway. So, yes, Gerard Butler is from Paisley, and so was Jerry Rafferty, that, Fools to the Left of Me, whatever it is. I can't sing, so
Sure, I only stuck in the middle with you. Was that the one?
Yes, he was from Paisley, Jerry Rafferty and Steelers Wheel, yes. Paolo Nartini, he's from Paisley. You might not know him over there. Not the best singer, but he's had a few hits here.
Not the best
singer. Anyway.
I love that. Well,
you and Dad have a great tippy, though.
Sloth Life, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing something that's obviously very personal. Your experience is beyond my own in this area, and I appreciate you giving us a little bit of insight and into that environment and what it's like. So my heart goes out to you, and thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem. Lovely to talk to you, and great to be with you, the mods, and the best chat around. So take care.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. Bye.
She's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Let's see. He claimed self-defense with his father. That's why the case wasn't moved forward. Yeah, in that case, I believe the reason they didn't charge is because the district attorney, the prosecutor, looked at the case and said, can we prove it was not self-defense? That's the burden they have to overcome. It wasn't a question of whether or not he shot him. It wasn't was it him who done it? It was, can we prove this was not self-defense? And they couldn't in that case. So if that case does get reopened and is looked at again, it must mean that there's some sort of evidence that could overcome that burden. Hang on one second. Let's see. It disconnects every time. Hold on just one second. Hold on. All right, now I think I can hear you. Who's on the phone?
Amy Rose.
Kaylee Rose?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes.
Kaylee, how are you doing?
I am doing well. I'm happy that I was able to get a couple minutes before I dive into the rest of my workday.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts here as we've got the jury off deliberating? They're about coming up on half an hour into deliberation.
Yeah, well, the first thing I wanted to say is I'm so happy Sloth Life called in. Obviously, her accent is very fun, but I just wanted to give mad props to her because she's, based on what she's sharing, obviously an example of somebody who overcame generational trauma, who took the opposite route of what Collin has so far decided with his life, and overcome like such a difficult childhood, and, you know, made herself a different path than what she was originally charted onto. And so I just think that's an awesome testament to her character, and an example of like, yes, Kathy had erratic and problematic behaviors. As a mental health professional, to me, it was screaming consistent with like a borderline personality diagnosis. But Collin is still making his choices. And so I think if I were on the jury, my vote would be, you know, guilty on the kidnapping and the highest murder charge personally, because I recognize he was given a difficult start. I work with children, as like I said, as a mental health professional, so I have a pretty profound appreciation for what he endured. But it doesn't liberate him from the consequences of his actions, and we don't have really any information that establishes that she was a threat to him in that interaction.
Right, and that's where the law
that's
requires.
What it comes down to for me.
If in a different situation, if we could dial back time and say, for instance, you know, what happened was caught on camera a little more clearly back at his home with his mom, I could see a situation where Kathy would be facing charges for abuse. I can see that that was present, and it was, you know, argument that it may have been generational, that it was, you know, that she grew up in a tough home environment as well, and that just perpetuated with her children. But the way the law looks at this, it doesn't take the big perspective. It does that narrow blinders and sort of say, here's the charge. Is this what happened in this moment? And we don't get to see a lot of the outside and have the outside stuff influence that decision. So I hear you there. I hear you exactly. Thank you, Kaylee, for sharing that as well. Any other thoughts?
I don't think so. I mean, I agree with you that if I had, you know, if Collin were in my office sharing some of the things he shared about how Kathy had treated him, I would have been reporting that to DCF all day. Like, that's an easy, you know, there's no like gray around like reasonable suspicion on that. It was definitely reportable, and it is difficult. We have a family member who, the whole trial, I was like, oof, this sounds just like her. And I'm so glad that her boys chose a different path than Collin, right? Like, it can be done. It's tragic to see, because, you know, it does seem like there were probably opportunities where different actions from either DCF or the police intervention maybe could have helped us into a different place. So we can definitely take a look and maybe learn where some places the system can improve in these kinds of situations. But none of that, her behavior, their intervention or lack thereof, in my opinion, gets him off the hook for the ultimate action that he took, because, like you said, the legal definition comes down to, was she a threat to you in that moment? And because he had mixed statements about what happened, and none of them were actually particularly strong on self-defense, it just seems like all the defense could do would say, like, well, it wasn't him, and if it was self-defense, and she deserved it. And it was like, whoa! So it just kind of was a spaghetti at the wall defense, and I hope that the jury has good clarity and can come out feeling like have a strong conviction in whatever they decide, because that's a lot to carry.
Yeah, it is. It's a heavy choice for sure. Kaylee, thank you very much. Thank you once again. A lot of insight in this situation based on your profession and experience. So I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Well, I appreciate you making trial watching way more fun with your leadership and the awesome chat. So shout out to chat.
It's the community. It's the best.
And thanks again. It is. It's a great community. And shout out again to Sloth Life for very bravely sharing her story and how she overcame the odds.
100%. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you again soon, Kaylee.
Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we have a couple things going on. There's a little court case up in Thurston, Washington that we might pop in on while we're on verdict watch, while we're waiting for the jury to come back and make a decision. You guys know that Thurston is one of our favorite courts to just jump in on. I'm showing, let's see, I think we had opening statements about 15 minutes long. I've heard it's a bit of a character in this courtroom, but
To accept, press 1.
Angela, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. You?
I'm doing well.
Regarding case, I have been following in the background, so I actually have no clue, and I don't even know if I would what way I would vote. So, I mean, I watched, but not closely enough to sway either way. But one thing that I feel sorry for Collin is, I mean, like you and a few other people said, the system failed him. You know, he wasn't protected by his mother. This could have been prevented, you know. And this also brings me to, doesn't matter what case it was long ago, like the system placed the child back with the mother, even though the professionals said don't place him with the mother, you know. And that kid turned out later to be a serial killer, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But you know, but my point is, like, why does social services or whoever placed him again with the mother, why did they place him back with the mother when professionals said no, don't do it, like place him anywhere else but, you know.
It reminds me of the little clip that the prosecutor played in the closing. That he's like, somebody was like reading questions off a checkboard. It's like, do you think he's going to kill you? Yes. Okay, check. Does he have the capacity? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Have fun. And it was like they were. I'm not sure if it's a caseload issue where they just didn't have the time to go into it and really analyze and see what was going on. I'm not sure if it was an oversight by somebody who should have made a call differently and didn't. But it does seem like the system was just processing them instead of you know handling the issue. And it might be that just they didn't have room. That, I mean, we have that problem with some jails. He's like, you can arrest somebody, but if we lock him up, we have to let somebody else go. Which one do you want to let go? Eeny, meeny, miny, moe, right? And
but he could have lived with his grandmother, not back with his mother.
Well, he
or
did.
Anyone else.
That's where he was when this murder was committed. It was at his grandma's house. His mom went there to pick him up, saying, "You're coming back with me to my house."
Yeah.
And arguably, she's flipped, wishy-washy. She kicked him out, didn't kick him out, wanted him back, didn't want him back. There's some issues.
But wasn't there like shared custody or something? If I remember it right, like grandma until mother is better or something like that.
Yeah,
so
I think
technically he was.
I think that was determined as part of the probation, letting him out after the domestic assaults thing from November the year before, that was allowed. But they both had the rights.
Look, Karen Davis has more information than me regarding what happened in Sweden, which was like 6 hours north of me.
Oh no, this just happened.
It was a school shooting. It happened earlier today. I don't know when exactly. I don't know if it happened at school or near school. It was details are still coming out regarding what happened there.
Yeah,
but I have to say something. We had an interesting lecture today. And they presented us with some of the interesting research that is done with the university right now, or has been done recently. And there has been this research that actually first started in Boston, how to prevent shootings and crime. Actually, that methodology can be used at other crime in other crime areas. I mean, not only shootings. I mean, domestic violence and stuff like that. but they concentrated on the shootings and how to prevent shootings.
What did they come up with? What was their conclusion?
And it was in the 1990s, and it actually lowered the number of shootings in Boston area after they implemented it. It was like go have a community meetings, talk to the gang members, and we don't want you to get shot, killed, and we don't want you to end up in prison for killing someone, or you end up in morgue. And it actually somehow worked, and number of shootings lowered after that was conducted.
Interesting.
That same methodology was implemented here in Malmö a few years around Corona time, and it actually lowered the shootings here. But I mean, that methodology can be modified and implemented in other areas, not only in shootings. I think the reason why I'm taking this up is because this is not the first research I have heard of that started in the U.S., but it just started in the U.S. They do not implement it in the U.S. It's implemented somewhere else.
So it's basically bringing what? Do you bring criminals in saying, hey, this is from jail, a day trip to the school to say, look, this is where you're going to end up. This is what my life is like. I spend 11 hours a day in a box, a 9x5, and 1 hour a day running around with limited sunshine and food's bologna sandwiches, and this is what I have to look forward to for the next 20 years. It's like Scared Straight program. Is that what it has, or? Well,
they didn't take them to jails. They just have a talk with them, face to face or in groups, depends on. But it's. I think the reason why I'm taking this up is, I mean, if implemented right, it can prevent stuff like this.
Yeah. Well, we need to do something because it's still going on. It's still happening, and it's terrible. So, I hear you.
Okay, but yes, thank you, and bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we could talk about this for a long time, but the jury's decision right now is pretty much the only one that matters, and they are deliberating. They've been deliberating for about 40 minutes. We have a court case up in Washington. I can keep the audio on from court here, so if anything happens, we'll be able to hear and jump to it immediately. But we'll pick up a little case in Thurston, Washington. If you haven't watched a Thurston, Washington trial with us, you're in for a treat. I really like this little court. It's different. I think we're skipping jury selection. I just want to double check. I think I've got it. Where are we at? Right here. There's the mouse. Okay, we're at 18 hours ago was jury selection. Let me show you jury selection first, just so you get an idea of what it looks like here. And bring the audio in on what channel? It's coming in on 3.
And
this is what jury selection looks like. The jury is seated there. We're not gonna sit there for all of it. We're gonna jump straight to the opening statements. But the jury sits there and is asked questions by the judge. We get to see them. They are shown. This is how Washington does it. There are some states that the jury is allowed to be shown. This is one of them. This courtroom allows that. Hang on 1 second. We've got one more call here.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hi, this is Scott. I missed who the name was. Who am I speaking with?
It's Meg Osborne.
Meg, how are you doing?
The parrot lady. I'm doing great. So the reason I had mentioned this in the group yesterday about this so-called ASPD, antisocial personality disorder. And I adopted a kid at 13, and he was already diagnosed with RAD, which is another. But all of these diagnoses that he got all came from the crazy mother.
Man.
And it's so sad because if you look up ASPD, one of the number one things with them is they don't love like we do. They don't, like, they could see a dog get hit by a car and they'd be like, well, that's what a leash is for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, I can't believe that that his attorneys didn't go with any of the mental that this poor kid has been through.
Well, the thing is, they did a mental evaluation on him and basically came back that he's fine. He's not on medication.
And
he hasn't been treated for anything. They say he doesn't need to be treated for anything. And so they've completely steered away from that. And instead...
And that's what we went through with my son. They were like, there's nothing wrong with him. Yeah. You know, but I had to keep fighting, keep pushing. And thank God he went into the Army. And they were the ones that actually diagnosed it and how hard it is to diagnose. I think they missed the boat somehow on mental illness with this kid because,
they missed something, you know, because here we are.
Clearly.
They might have missed it in the case of the mom. They might have missed it in the case of the son, but something was missed. And I think it's
so sad.
It's sad that anyone gets to this point, especially if, I mean, I realize, you know, in a bubble where no one has outside visibility or no one knows what's going on, we can find out some horrible things happen within families. But where there are indicators outside, where there are friends and family and professionals even involved in this, law enforcement involved, I think it becomes more inexcusable to say, you know, society, we need to do better on this.
Exactly. By the way, I'm in Port Charlotte.
Oh, wow. Are you?
I know. I wish I could have been there.
So there's still time. There's still time.
No, I know. I know. I was called in sick to work.
Yeah.
So, well, anyway, I'll let you go. I love you guys. I always have you on in my ears, so I'm not often in chat, but we've been here for the long haul, and don't you go quitting on us, buddy.
All right. Thank you very much, Meg.
You'll have a few stalkers, sir.
Oh, no. All right. Well,
all
that
right.
would be another
Love
crime.
all you guys.
Right. Thanks, Meg.
Yep. There you go.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
All right, I'm going to turn off the phone here for a minute. We are going to jump up to Thurston, Washington, to begin opening statements with this trial. And this is not the child and alive trial. This is just filler while the jury deliberates. As I show, here's our timer. I'm going to keep that timer on the screen. This is something to watch and to talk about and to fill our time with something new that's happening. This case is continuing today. So we're watching yesterday's opening statements. They're brief. They're like 15 minutes long. And then in probably less than an hour, they're going to start the court case today. And usually they're one-day trials. So we can probably watch this entire trial while the jury is deliberating. So we're going to give this a go. And let's see, this can be on camera 3.
Well, exercise here. The clerk is going to take you back into the jury room, and then we'll have a discussion here.
All right, so let me lay the table out here. The gentleman standing up in the gray suit and the sort of the, I don't know, salmon shirt is the prosecutor. That's the prosecutor's table. The lady in the black sweater with the white collar is the defense attorney. The gentleman.
So
with the
were you not able to hear during the voir dire process?
As long as I have face-to-face contact, I'm really pretty good. I can usually make out most of what's going on, and this aids quite a bit. But when his back is turned, all I need to be is anywhere over by the trash can would be fine with me. So that he's projecting in my direction, not the opposite of that direction, because if you can hear it yourself, Your Honor, it picks up a lot of everything else that goes on. So things like dropping a pin on the table, I can hear very well, but your voice I can't hear hardly at all.
You were going to say something, Ms. Rowe?
I was just saying maybe he could sit there in that chair.
Mr. Thompson, you wanted to say something?
That's concerning, given that my back will likely be to him during questioning of witnesses as well.
The defendant can't hear, and he couldn't hear the opening statement. So he's like, I can't hear. He reads lips, apparently.
Can we move the podium to the other side of the screen? So he's projecting this way?
Your Honor, even at this area
I need you to be quiet, okay? Thank you.
The judge says be quiet.
Sounds like the other devices weren't working.
Well, I'm not sure whether they were working or not, to tell you the truth.
One is dead, one is stacked.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate this. This court case also found by one of our great mods, Josh. Josh is amazing at finding just some real gems out there. This one happening today. Court's trying to figure out how to allow the defendant. The defendant has the right to participate and hear the evidence against him, and he's saying, I can't hear the prosecutor's questions. So when he talks in opening statements...
Witness's chair. However, I would ask that he be instructed to keep his animations and reactions to himself. I noticed during ordeal he had difficulty doing so.
All right. Well, what we're going to do here then, you can, for tomorrow then...
which is today. Today is...
What we might do is just move this table a little bit. We could maybe rotate that a little bit and move this table kind of sideways like this. Because what I don't want is a bunch of people wandering around because the reality of it is that's just the way it is sometimes when, when he's speaking to the jury. Yeah. Think about that. But for today, for right now, if you want to come up, maybe just rotate that just a little bit. And you can come and just move your chair up to maybe about here.
Mr. Little?
Yes.
Move this whole table?
No, the chair.
Just have him bring his chair.
Yeah. Maybe
Okay.
rotate that.
The judge comes down. He's like, let me move the furniture myself. It's like, bring your chair over here. Which will mean we won't be able to hear him very well.
Okay, maybe we test it out.
Okay, just wait. And then come on up a little bit more. Right there.
He's
and so then
right behind
take
me.
a seat.
Sit down. What's he bringing? His water, his notepad, pencil.
Mr. Thompson, when he has this hooked up, I'll just have you sit. And if this works, what we're probably going to do is just adjust that table there. So.
Yes, sure.
Mm-hmm.
So he's wearing a hearing assisted device, so it's the courtroom sound should be
test. Talking loud.
Is that
Can you hear that? Great. Okay. Well, I find that confusing because there's nothing else been going on. I mean, and yet, so you hear it there. That's just a interference thing. You should be able to hear it there. You should be able to hear it back there. That's what I don't understand. But I guess it's not important for me to understand that. Right now, you can stay right there. Ashley can bring the jury back in, and then Mr. Thompson can take it from the top.
And ideally, the other devices will be charged for tomorrow.
Right. I don't. We don't. You don't need to explain. We're gonna accommodate. We're gonna put you in a position where you can hear everything, and because then it becomes a legit. If you're at a different place from your attorney, that becomes a logistical issue where that I don't want to create. But so I'm of the opinion that the attorney and the client should be in the same place during the trial. Okay. And so, but for opening statement, when there's not, I think we can do that now. But again, it becomes a distraction when people are up moving around, and when you guys are in different, Ms. Rowe, you and your client in different places. I don't think that's a great idea. And so, and if you want to come up and sit next to him now, you can. But
I'm fine because I want to take notes. But tomorrow, moving
what
the
I'm
table.
What I'm trying to do, if we can, but I notice that thing, I'm trying to see if we can get that table moved right there. We can just leave folks right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ashley, you can come on in.
All right. We're bringing the jury now. Now we're going to begin the opening statements by the prosecutor. The defendant has been allowed to sit in the middle of the courtroom so he can see the prosecutor's face, well, sort of, from the side while he's talking. Here we have a little moment. Everyone's standing. I'm hearing that this defendant has a little bit of a personality. I'll let you make the judge on that.
You could be seated in the courtroom.
Make the judgment, sorry.
Members of the jury, would you please give your attention to Mr. Thompson for his opening statement on behalf of the city of Tumwater. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I'm Corey Thompson for the City of Tumwater. On June 10th, 2024, Mr. Little was riding an intercity transit bus here in Tumwater, Washington. At some point, the bus driver for that bus contacted his supervisor to come out and assist with the passenger, Mr. Little. When the supervisor, Zachary Rose, got up to the bus, he talked to Mr. Little, informed him that there was a problem between him and the bus driver, and they asked that Mr. Little get off the bus and catch the next one. That's it. Now, the issue here is not what happened between the bus driver and Mr. Little. That is not what the state will argue at the end of this trial is the crime. I want to make that very clear here in my opening. Zachary Rose, the supervisor for intercity transit, asked Mr. Little to get off this particular bus and catch the next one due to the conflict between him and the bus driver. We are not here litigating that conflict. Okay? When Mr. Little then refused to get off the bus, he refused to get off the bus. Multiple times he was asked to get off the bus, take the next one. Different bus driver, remove you from the situation. Mr. Little said no. Law enforcement responds. Officer Navarro from Tumwater Police Department responds. Mr. Little again refuses Zachary Rose's request in front of law enforcement to get off the bus and take the next one. He then refuses law enforcement's request to get off the bus and the offer to take the next one. Multiple times he was asked, multiple times he refused. He delayed that bus for over 15 minutes, refusing to get off the bus and take the next one. Again, the evidence that will be brought before you involves Mr. Little's interaction with Zachary Rose, the supervisor, and law enforcement. We are not litigating whether or not any sort of altercation, argument, or dispute happened between him and the bus driver. The bus driver asked for a supervisor to come. They attempted to de-escalate the situation and have him take the next bus. He refused. For over 15 minutes, he delayed intercity transit.
I'm sorry.
At the end of this trial, I will stand up here and I will argue the law that the judge will present to you.
A bus being 15 minutes
The
late.
only law in this case that you are to consider is not going to come from myself. It's not going to come from defense counsel. And it won't come from any witness sitting up in that stand, whether it be the state's witness, or excuse me, the city's witness, or the defense witness. It's going to come from the jury instructions that the judge provides you. That is the only law you to consider, not laws that you think might exist or you know, but the laws that the judge gives you. That law that the judge gives you, I will argue to you that the evidence presented from the witness stand supports the defendant being guilty. I will stand up here and ask that you find the defendant guilty for unlawful transit conduct.
For failing to get off the bus. We are here in court. A jury has been impaneled for this.
So members of the jury, Ms. Rowe has chosen to make her opening statement at a later time. So we're going to conclude the trial proceedings for today. That instruction I gave you earlier today remains in place. Remember what I told you about what you can and can't say to friends and family members. And for tomorrow, we're going to start a little bit later than we normally do, given the inclement weather. There was a late opening of the facilities around here. And so if you could be in the jury room, let's say by 9:55, we'll start at 10 tomorrow morning. All right? Have a nice evening, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
In Tumwater, Washington. It's 9:45. The jury's going to be in the next 10 minutes.
Ashley will give you your phones back.
So we go straight from what happened yesterday. This is hilarious. Okay, this might be a little bit of whiplash because we've had. We're going to watch the end. I think there's a hot mic moment here we need to catch. We've gone from murder and kidnapping to literally a failure to get off the bus when asked to do so, causing a 15-minute delay. And the court system treats all crimes equally.
You folks, that's it for today.
You get a jury. You get a lawyer.
I can hear everything really well. You know what I mean? I can hear my own breath if I'm just sitting here breathing, but I can't hear 20 feet away, it doesn't pick up that. It's this microphone. It's very strong, real close, but unfortunately that creates a distortion here. Just my own reading.
Did you hear him?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so we'll probably
I'm
have
just
the
trying to
table
explain.
face that tomorrow.
Yeah.
That way you'll be able to hear everything that's going on.
Yeah, this is really strong, like I say, but
I understand. Mr. Griffith.
The other thing we could do, well, sorry, I don't mean to address him, but if we can get an extension for this, we can put this microphone anywhere and I can stay where I belong. Only the microphone.
We'll be fine.
If we can put the microphone on his podium, I would be in
Just so you
heaven.
understand, we're still recording. So anything you guys discuss is going to get picked up by the recording. So if you guys want to have a conversation, I suggest either back corner or waiting until the jury's gone, and then you can have it out in the hallway.
I don't think we need any other solutions, Mr. Little, but we'll address them tomorrow if we do. Okay?
Sure. You're trying to be helpful.
His lawyer's like, please stop talking. We've got it under control. Ricky C., welcome back. He came back in with and brought 5 memberships with you. Thank you for your generosity. That is awesome, Ricky. Good to have you back. Okay, so so we're going to continue with the bus behavior. Weirdest open ever. He never, like, in saying what was wrong, he spent more time saying we're not litigating what the bus driver did or what happens between him and the bus driver. That's not the case. That's not the issue. The problem is he was asked to take the next bus and didn't. That was the crime. That was summing up the facts from start to finish of the entire crime that occurred. We asked him to take the bus and he didn't. A supervisor asked him to take the next bus and he didn't. A police officer asked him to take the next bus and he didn't. And here we are in court and we're going to sort this one out with a jury. With a jury. This is Tumwater, Washington. The whole bus situation. Oh my goodness.
Bye.
Okay, is this a death penalty case? It might be. Someone's getting thrown under the bus.
All righty.
We've watched Gloria as a defense attorney.
Everything's fine. You're free to leave.
Word from you, so.
No, we're fine.
Gloria's.
We'll be here tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
I'm just going to help move the table, Your Honor.
Okay, me and Ashley take care of it. Thank you, though.
All right. So now, with that out of the way,
Is that my scratch paper? Sure. Yes. I will need them tomorrow. I will be.
okay. So that's out of the way. Now we're going to go back and watch for the live stream that starts today in just a moment. We didn't watch the jury selection, so. That's all right. I'll stick right here, and as soon as that happens, we'll go there. We are also keeping an eye on what's happening in the court in Florida. We have audio turned on from there. As soon as anything happens, we just hit the 1 hour mark. Let me fix the timer, actually. Let's see. Box 2. Box 2 is 7. Box 1 is 2. Box 1 is 7. Box 2 is... I'm getting confused. There we go. Here's where we are in court in Florida. We just hit the hour mark. Give me a second to reshape the timer so that it looks a little bit better. There we go. And we'll get a little tiny bit on the front end and call it good. All right. There's our timer. Just give him a fine. What state is the bus case? It's in Washington State, not Washington, D.C., Washington State, in Thurston County, Washington. And apparently he just didn't want to get off the bus. He paid his fare or he has his bus pass, and you can't make me get off. I'm entitled to be here. Let's see, I just jumped in and showed my little Elisa her birthday song. Thank you so much. She turns 5 today. Elisa, happy birthday. That is awesome. So glad we could sing to you this morning. You couldn't hear them while on the bus? Possibly. It's by Olympia, our capital. This is a fun court. We have seen some of the most amazing little trials out of this little courtroom, and it is different. It does look like a hotel conference room. It does have what we call COVID spacing between the chairs. They just haven't changed anything. They just haven't felt the need, and this was set up around the COVID period, and they just kept it that way, and because it's worked. If it's working, why change it? So we do get to see jury selection, we do get to see the jury, and we do get just some really fun little cases. Let's see. Babs, glad you didn't get scammed. Those are scary. Let's see. He's not actually charged with the crime. It's just disruption on a public bus. People were 15 minutes late, and somebody's got to pay for that. I don't know specifically the charge they have. It might come out here in just a little bit once court begins, but they're about 3 minutes away from starting court if they show up on time. They might be just a little bit more, but we'll keep our eyes peeled on that one. Yeah, definitely a misdemeanor. This is something that most likely will be settled by A, either time served, or B, a very small fine. Let's see. His sentence is public embarrassment. I don't think he's embarrassed. Impeding bus functions. Unlawful traffic conduct. Was he offered a plea? I don't know if there's any lesser included on this charge. Other than a lesser included might be like failure to pay the bus fare or something. What happened to Mr. Farag? Mr. Farag was in this very courtroom. He was charged with causing a disturbance. I think trespassing. I can't even remember his charges, but it was something on that level, and he was quite stubborn and wanted to defend himself and was just a hoot. He left like halfway. They reached the lunch hour. He left for lunch and never came back. And so his trial has never concluded. There's a bench warrant out for his arrest, and nobody really wants to go pick him up because he's such a headache to deal with. They're just like, we'd rather just let this one go. So he left during court and never faced the music. He had to go feed his dogs and was just gone. Oh, Farag was the gore point. Oh yes, he crossed. Was he the gore point? I thought that was someone else. He drove over that little space between the freeway lanes and the on-ramp. They call that the gore point, and he drove on that. Quite stubborn. We've also seen some Second Amendment auditors here who go to buildings and test their right, or First Amendment auditors, not Second Amendment, test their right for free speech and filming in the public area. Those have been interesting as well. Yes, we learned about the gore point from Washington. Sent case law to mod chat for unlawful transit conduct. Okay, let me see if we can. That was Mr. Farag, the XP. We need someone with more experience. This is the law as it's written regarding unlawful transit conduct for the state of Washington. It's just loading right now. Give it a minute. We're loading the entire law library, apparently, not just this page. We're downloading all of Washington. The entire legal library is being downloaded right now. It's going to take a while. Don't forget the SovSit that subpoenaed Shaggy, the witness, to stand in this courtroom. We've had some crazy courts. I don't want to miss anything, so give me just a minute to refresh and see when courtroom 4 goes live. One other fun fact about this court, the judge is not actually a judge, he's a magistrate, and by agreement, the two sides agree to let him operate as a judge. It's just something they do as well up there in Thurston. My understanding of bus law and bus rules is the driver can kick you off. I got that understanding from my time in in school when I was riding the bus to and from school. And if you made the bus driver mad, he would just park the bus and open the door and be like, "You hoof it." And we did that. Granted, it never happened in like freezing cold weather or something like that where safety was an issue. But he was like, "Hey, if you throw an airplane and hit me in the back of the head, you're now walking the rest of the way home." So we'd always aim for other people instead of the bus driver. But accidents happen. Speaking of accidents, my bus driver got in an accident right after he dropped me off. He dropped me off. I ran up to my house, and I had to pick up the car and drive to the next town down, which happens to be the same route he followed. And it was about, 3 or 4 miles. So by the time, because I drive fast and buses drive slow, by the time I got to that area, I was only about a minute or so behind him. And he was driving straight through an intersection, and there's a steep hill going up the mountain, and a dump truck had lost its brakes coming down the mountain, and ran through a red light, pushed a couple cars off the road, ran through a red light, and caught the back end of the bus that I had just been on, and swung it around, and it chopped off the top of it spun at 90 degrees, chopped off the top of a convertible that was in the left turn lane. And the guy in the convertible had no idea that anything was coming. He hadn't seen the dump truck barreling down, honking its horn, everything. He was doing his own thing, and he just thought he had seen something in his car, and he thought, I should lean over and pick that up. That's what he thought. And he leaned over into the passenger seat to reach something, and that's the moment the top of the back of the bus chopped off the top of his car, just above the doors, and he was fine. Not a scratch on him. Nobody was injured. The bus driver was a little shaken up, but so it was my fault. Says Greeners, no, it wasn't my fault. But it was crazy to see the bus that I was just on involved in a car accident. Nobody got hurt there, but it was wild. But man, it just chopped like from the bottom of the windows up was just chopped off that sports car, and the bus was parked on top of it, so they had to move the bus and open the door, and then he got out. So the guy was wasn't comfortable sitting there for a while. But it's straight out of Final Destination. Only it was an outtake because nothing happened. Let's see. No verdicts yet. No, we're still waiting. We're in court. We're just an hour and 10 minutes into deliberation. Realized that their lunch was ordered before the judge started his jury instructions, which took about 40 minutes. So there's a high likelihood that we have an hour of lunchtime that needs to burn off the clock before the jury really starts deliberating. Because I'm pretty sure this is not one of those cases where you like pass the evidence and hey, and the mayo, they're probably going to separate lunch and deliberation. Okay, do you have time to take a shower? You do. We've got a little court in Thurston, Washington, that is about to begin, and I'm just waiting for the live stream to come through right now. It's looking like this right now, so we're just hitting the refresh on the court's YouTube page as we've watched the opening statement from the prosecutor, which was short, and he spent more time talking about what the case is not than what the case is. We spent more time arguing over assisted hearing devices than doing anything else. Defense did not present an opening statement, which means there's a high likelihood they might not even present a defense case at all. I predict 2, maybe 3 witnesses, maybe 3. We might have the bus behind testify, but we're going to have the bus driver. I don't know. It could be 3 or 4. The bus driver, the supervisor, the police officer would be the shoe-ins. The police officer, of course, being the most obvious one. But it's going to be quick, and don't blink or you might miss it. We'll have a verdict quickly as well. This will not be a long deliberation. The only problem I have with Thurston County is sometimes the verdict comes back so quickly, they forget to televise it. They forget to broadcast it. We have to call the court and say, okay, what was the outcome? And they'll tell us. They didn't move with a purpose. We need to go back to Judge Boyd's courtroom, for sure. I'm covering up the text. This is in Thurston, Washington. Is where we are. But let's see. Just waiting for the live stream to be posted. I'll keep clicking refresh. In the meanwhile, we're also watching the seal on the wall in Florida as we wait for the jury to finish their deliberations in that case. Josh, thanks for more info. The page actually loaded. It just finished loading a moment ago. Let me read the law as it relates to unlawful transit conduct in the state of Washington. Ooh, police pursuit. Okay. A person is guilty of unlawful transit conduct if, while on or in a transit vehicle, or in or at a transit station, he or she knowingly smokes or carries a lighted smoldering pipe, cigar, or cigarette, unless he or she is smoking in an area designated and authorized by the transit authority. I don't think that's what he did. It wasn't a smoking issue. Discards litter other than in designated receptacles. I don't think this is a littering case. Dumps or discards, or both, any materials on or at a transit facility, including but not limited to hazardous substances and automotive fluids. That's not what happened. Plays any radio, recorder, or other sound-producing equipment, except that nothing herein prohibits the use of equipment when connected to earphones or an ear receiver that limits the sound to an individual listener. The use of public address systems or music systems that are authorized by transit agencies is permitted. The use of communications devices by transit employees and designated contractors or public safety officers in the line of duty is permitted, as is the use of private communications devices used to summon, notify, or communicate with other individuals, such as pagers and cellular phones. I don't think it was causing a disturbance with the noise issue. Lastly, spits, expectorates, there's a big word today, expectorates, urinates, or defecates. Okay, we've covered all of them. So spits, expectorates, urinates, or defecates, except in appropriate plumbing fixtures in restroom facilities. I'm glad, Washington, you saw the need to pass this law. Use the Caspidor, that's what it's for, is what Washington says. Don't spit anywhere else. Carries any flammable liquid, explosive, acid, or other article or material likely to cause harm to others, except that nothing prevents a person from carrying a cigarette, cigar, or pipe lighter, or carrying a firearm or ammunition in a way that is not otherwise prohibited by law. Consumes an alcoholic beverage or is in possession of an open alcoholic beverage container, unless authorized by the transit authority and required permits have been obtained. I don't think that was an alcohol thing. I don't think you had flammable liquids. So far, I'm not finding this exact situation. Hang on one second. You've got to check the refresh button. They're not back yet. Let's see. What else is illegal up in Washington? Obstructs or impedes the flow of transit vehicles. Here we go. We've hit our gold mine. Obstructs or impedes the flow of transit vehicles or passenger traffic. Hinders or prevents access to transit vehicles or stations, or otherwise unlawfully interferes with the provision or use of public transportation services. That we've nailed. So H is where we're at. Let's see if anything else applies. Unreasonably disrupts others by engaging in loud, raucous, unruly, harmful, or harassing behavior. Possibly, so I might apply. Destroys, defaces, or otherwise damages property in a transit vehicle or at a transit facility. I don't think that happens. Throws an object in a transit vehicle at a transit facility or at any person at a transit facility with intent to do harm. No indication of that. Possesses an unissued transfer or fare media or tenders an unissued transfer or fare media as proof of fare payment. So you've stolen a transfer pass? I don't think that happened. Riding the bus, there are lots of laws in Washington. You have to know these things. Don't do these things. Falsely claims to be a transit operator or other transit employee. I don't think that's it. I'm not going to read all of it. Engages in gambling. Oh, no bus gambling. Engages in gambling or any game of chance for the winning of money or anything of value. So you cannot gamble on the bus in Washington. Skates or roller skates or inline skates or rides in or upon or by any means of coaster, skateboard, toy vehicle, or any similar device. However, a person may walk while wearing skates or carry a skateboard while on... Hang on. A person may walk while wearing skates or carry a skateboard while on or in a transit vehicle or in a transit station if that conduct is not otherwise prohibited by law. You can't skate, but you can walk in your skates. Good to know. Washington's really clearing things up for me here. I'm about ready to ride the bus up there. Or, let's see, engages in any conduct that is inconsistent with the intended use of the purpose of the transit facility. Or transit vehicle, and refuses to obey the lawful commands of an agent of the transit authority or peace officer to cease such conduct. Okay, so P, H, I, and P applies. So this is a HIP case when it comes to the law, the bus law. H, I, and P. Let me see if the what the penalty is. Any person who violates this section is guilty of a misdemeanor. Okay, Thurston is live. Court is about to begin, and here we go up to court to watch.
What's the total amount of video time you want to?
Let me rewind just at the beginning, because we're back 2 minutes.
Concern about presentation of videos insofar as they're about 7-minute long videos. So
how many are there?
Approximately, well, I'll just count real quick instead of guessing.
I need to go up to the top because I'm covering the defendant.
Bro, I'm assuming just the rear door.
Actually, I have them tallied here, Your Honor. We have videos of the entire incident.
Okay. How long is it going to be and how many are there?
The videos regarding the front door are 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the total 8 minutes and 82 seconds for the first.
Between them or
between them?
Between
total.
them, 8 minutes, total of 8 minutes?
Yes,
okay.
And these are the ones of the front door.
Okay.
Then we have rear door videos, and they're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they total, I was writing them down yesterday, and we might be able to cut some of that out, but they total about 15 minutes.
Okay.
So if I can express the state's concern here.
Yes, go ahead.
Essentially, there's 2 camera angles, front and rear.
Right.
The whole of the videos is about an hour in length from the time that Mr. Little gets on the bus to the time that he's arrested.
Okay.
The videos are broken up into about 7-minute segments, 15-minute segments. In some cases, 7-minute segments in others. Ultimately, though, Miss Rowe, I don't believe, has the portion she wishes to give to the jury broken down in segment sheet. Her desire is to start and stop the various video clips at certain points. My concern is if the jury wants to rewatch that, they would be rewatching evidence that isn't necessarily admitted.
Well, what's the total amount of video time you want to play? 24 minutes.
25 minutes. Give myself an extra minute, Mr.
Okay, so go ahead. You want to say something?
If I may, if Miss Rowe can remove all videos that she doesn't want admitted, at least in part, from the thumb drive, the state would probably stipulate, but I would ask that at a minimum, the entire length of from the time Mr. Little gets on the bus to the end be admitted. Every video in that segment, I think, is appropriate. I don't have a problem if all videos come in. Frankly, the state would stipulate to them coming in. But my concern is if that was not her intention of all videos being admitted and watchable by the jury, then we have a problem with the discovery or the evidence.
Okay. So when you add them all up, is that an hour? Is that what I've heard?
An hour for each angle, yes.
Okay. So how many angles?
Well, so let me explain, Your Honor. I think that I can accommodate the state's request, and that is to remove. There are probably at least 2 videos on there that show nothing other than just a bus drive with no communication between the driver. So I believe that I can delete the ones that will not be necessary. And I believe in total, what's left might be able, I don't think it'll be more than about 25 minutes total, but it shows from the minute Mr. Little got on the bus till arrest.
You were going to say something?
I think there's maybe a misunderstanding of what the state's saying is I don't think we have, my understanding of the rules of evidence doesn't require actual playing every piece of video or audio that's admitted. You can play selective clips and let the jury review the evidence in its entirety. And the state's not asking the court to play or require that the defendant play all videos in this case. I simply want to make sure that we don't have videos on there that are not admitted into evidence on the thumb drive, specifically on the thumb drive that Ms. Rowe intends to mark as the OPD body cams.
No, I'm not seeking to introduce that. Only the bus ride.
So, so can you, the segments you want to watch about the 20 minutes, can you put that on a single zip drive? Edit it and put it on there?
I don't know how, but I can try to find somebody at my office. Maybe they can help me. Mr. Little might be likely can easily help me.
You know, these were submitted. This trial was supposed to go a week ago. And I'm going to regret asking this question, but why are we talking about this now? Why didn't this get taken care of before the trial started?
So let me explain, Your Honor. This case started last summer.
Okay. Yeah, I don't care about that. I want to know about the videos. I mean,
what happened is because I sent Mr. Thompson a zip file with the relevant videos that I intended to introduce as evidence on January 7th. I had email confirmation.
Right. No, I get that. But why isn't this edited in a way? Because we're not going to play a snippet of it and then send the whole video back there. I mean, we're just not going to do that. They're going to get what's been admitted and played in court. And if you want to admit the whole thing, we're going to play the whole thing. But I mean, I guess I don't.
We will likely admit the whole thing, but we will.
So you're going to show an hour here.
The judge just doesn't want to spend 10 minutes on this case, let alone an hour.
Yes, maybe. I don't think, Your Honor, I will have to readdress this once
When do you plan to play the video during
my case?
Okay. Mr. Thompson.
And Your Honor, this is not a discovery issue ultimately.
No, it's not. It's a trial management issue. If you're going to present evidence, you need to put it in a manner that it can be admitted and tailored to what you expect to be admitted. It's not discovery at all.
Agreed, Your Honor. I'm simply trying to articulate that this wasn't necessarily something that I would have noticed beforehand. I saw the thumb drive that Ms. Rowe intended to use in trial and saw that it contained all of the videos, and I did not expect that. And so I did just inform Ms. Rowe that needed to be cleaned up, and frankly, I think it can be handled during the lunch hour.
We're going to proceed with your case, and and you say you want this to go in. And I'm going to think about what to do, but we're not going to. I mean, if his video is like an hour or more long and much of it's not relevant, I don't see any value in that. I'm not going to say, well, this is part of it, but the whole thing is going to go back there with a way to play it. And there's all this other stuff that's not relevant. Then they're going to want to look at it all just because it's there, even though it's not necessarily relevant, which would be wasting their time. So I'm going to think of a way to figure that out. But we're going to go ahead. I'm sure they're back there waiting.
And I may say one last thing, Your Honor. I think Ms. Rowe can convey the video she wants by simply deleting all but 4 videos from the thumb drive. Or
if you can do that, then
I think does that
get it down? Does that get it down to?
I believe so. Yeah.
20 minutes.
I believe it'll be. Yeah, I believe.
Okay, if you can do that, then that's all he needed to say in the first place. We can call we can get the jury in, and Mr. Thompson, you can call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. It's Mr. Rose.
Okay, you can actually have him come in and sit back there if you want.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, wait a minute. Before you go, one other thing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yesterday, there was a number of occasions there, Mr. Little, where you were engaging me directly when I was on the bench, in front of the jury, in front of the panel. I want that to stop. That's completely inappropriate. If you have something you want me to know, you can tell your attorney, and then your attorney will tell me. You understand?
I've been sufficiently admonished, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can bring the jury in.
I've been sufficiently admonished, Your Honor. Whoa. The judge is over this defendant already, and the trial has not even really begun. Oh, my goodness. Miss Rowe has always had a little challenge with technology. She's won a lot of great cases, even cases that I thought, this is not going to go well for the defendant. She's won some of those cases.
Seated in the courtroom.
She's a public defender. She deals with the crazy, crazy, crazy stuff.
And Mr. Thompson, excellent timing. You may call your first witness. Seated. And Mr. Thompson, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. And can you please state your full name and spell the last for the record?
Zachary Rose, R-O-S-E.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a supervisor with Intercity Transit.
How long have you worked for Intercity Transit?
Just about 4 years now.
And how long have you been a supervisor?
About 15 months.
Prior to that, what was your job at the Intercity?
Coach operator.
Bus driver?
Yep.
Okay. And is that the only two jobs you've had at Intercity?
I was a cleaner for about 6 months before that.
Were you employed as a supervisor on June 10th, 2024?
I was.
And what were your duties that day?
I was on the road that day.
What's that mean?
You drive around in a vehicle and respond to any incidents that the buses are having on the road. And you check shelters for damage and loiterers and things like that, graffiti.
And shelter, do you mean the bus stops?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, and I might ask you some clarifying questions on what you guys use terminology versus I think what generally is used.
Right. I'm so used to what we use that it just comes out.
Okay. And did you respond to any incidents on June 10th, 2024?
I did.
And where did you respond to?
I responded to Linwood and G over on the 12 route.
Okay. And what city is that in?
Tumwater.
So Tumwater, Washington.
Yes.
And do you remember approximately what time you responded?
I do not remember the time specifically.
Was it daytime, nighttime?
It was daytime.
So the sun was still out?
Yes.
Does around 7, 8 o'clock at night sound about right?
Yeah.
So you said you responded to an incident over on the 12. Why were you sent there?
I was sent there because dispatch informed me that an operator was upset because they had an individual on the bus that was acting unruly due to them asking about a possible battery they had on their bike.
But you didn't actually witness any of that?
I did not.
Okay. And so
it was an e-bike.
When you're dispatched to something like that, you often or almost never witness the incident.
Correct.
Okay. And what is your job when you're dispatched to an incident?
Get there and assess the situation. Top priority is always safety with us. So I just make sure everything is safe. If the person is able to keep riding, I try to have great customer service and allow them to keep riding as long as it doesn't affect the driver in a way that's going to negatively impact the way they are driving.
Okay. And so when you responded to Linwood Avenue in Tumwater, did you come in contact with anyone you recognize today?
I did.
And who did you come in contact with?
That gentleman right there, Ken Little.
Okay. And let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Ken Little.
Santa Claus. He looks like Santa Claus. The guy with the beard. That's Ken Little.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Little?
I did.
And what was your main goal in contacting Mr. Little?
Well, I wanted to get the situation calmed down. So I wanted to try and explain to him why the operator had asked him what was on the front of the bike to explain our policy about car batteries.
And in the course of your conversation,
car batteries?
Did you attempt to remove him from the bus?
I did. Eventually, once he kept interrupting me and was acting aggressive towards me.
And did you offer any alternatives to, I guess, staying on the bus?
I did. I let him know that unfortunately I couldn't let him stay on the current 12 because the driver was so distraught that it would not be safe for her to continue driving because she'd be more focused on him than the road. So I offered to let him get on the next 12 coming through, and they run every 30 minutes.
Okay. And so presumably after you arrived at this bus stop, the next bus would be there in sometime less than 30 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you spend talking to Mr. Little about him getting off the bus and catching the next one?
Probably about 7 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Before I called police.
Okay, so you spent 7 or 10 minutes talking to him before you called the police.
Yeah.
How long does a bus usually spend at a single bus stop?
If it's not running a little early and having to sit at a time point, 30 seconds for people to get off or get on.
And what's a time point?
We have points through our route where if nobody's getting on the bus is going to end up getting really early on its route. So it's got a specific time where it has to stay at that stop until. So, for instance, 7:30. If a bus is going to get to the mall at 7:15, but the time point is 7:30, it stays till 7:30 so that it doesn't get to the other end of town 15 or 20 minutes before its time and people miss it.
Okay. So people can rely on the bus times, generally speaking.
Yes.
And not every stop is like that.
No.
So you spent 7 to 10 minutes discussing his option of getting off and getting onto another bus before you called law enforcement. How long did it take law enforcement to show up?
They were fairly quick. I'd say 5 minutes or less.
Okay. And once law enforcement arrived, did you again ask Mr. Little to get off the bus?
I did.
At that point, did Mr. Little get off the bus?
No.
By the time Mr. Little was removed from the bus and it was able to proceed, how long had you spent at the Linwood?
Close to at least 20 minutes. And then I spent probably another 10 filling out a police incident report for the Tumwater Police.
So you spent about 20 minutes with the 12 that Mr. Little was on and that it wasn't running.
Right.
And it should have been at that bus stop for roughly 30 seconds, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And were you still writing your statement at the time the next 12 showed up?
Yeah, it went by. It drove by.
So if Mr. Little had gotten off the bus when he had been directed to by you, he could have very easily caught the next bus.
Definitely.
Within just a few minutes.
Yep.
All right. Case proven. He's holding up the bus. I pulled up the transit guide. It is against the law to have a car battery, flammable, explosive, or other dangerous material on the bus.
In running its normal route?
Yes.
Arguably, if he was powering the bike with the battery, wouldn't it then become a bike battery, not a car battery?
This stays no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Rowe, you may cross-examine.
I need to do first. And I need 1 minute to converse with my client.
Sure.
What were you thinking? Car battery on the bus? Seriously? What do you want me to say?
We will not be able to leave.
How hard would it be just to get off the bus and get on the next one? They were going to let you on the next bus. I love your comments. You guys blowing this case up much bigger than it is. Protests outside of court. Free Mr. Little. All batteries are equal. If he were powering his e-bike with a car battery, would it not then become a bike battery? And then it's, you're okay.
I see all of these things. That's why it's on. Okay. It's on the video. There's Mr. Little. I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Little, I understand. Thank you. Let me do my job. He is so going to testify.
Good morning, Mr. Rose.
Good morning.
Mr. Rose, you are indicated that you are a supervisor with the Inner City Transit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is today being celebrated by the Inner City Transit? Is there a special celebration going on this day?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware that today is Transit Equity Day?
Objection, relevance?
Didn't know. All buses are
you
equal.
talking about today, as in right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sustained.
So you indicate you have been working for Inner City Transit for about 4 years now.
I have.
And can you explain the type of training you undergo to become a supervisor?
Yeah, we spend so once you get hired, you spend 4 weeks on the road, 2 weeks AM, 2 weeks PM. You spend 4 weeks in dispatch, 2 weeks AM, 2 weeks PM. And you spend a week in video and customer comments and another week downtown with the downtown supervisor. And basically you are performing the job with the trained supervisor shadowing you and making sure you're doing everything correctly.
And as a supervisor and as part of your training, are you made aware that public transportation is a civil right?
As long as you are performing, based on our rules of the ride. Yes, anybody can ride the bus.
Do you get any specific training regarding the protections that or go into detail any specific training regarding conduct that would be protected as a civil right?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I did not expect the Rosa Parks defense.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the statutes regarding bus conduct?
I have the
loosely, yes. I don't know word for word, but I do know.
And as part of your training, are you given specific training as to the process and procedures to removing a person from a bus ride?
Our biggest thing is de-escalation. We don't want to make the situation worse. So that's why I offered an option for him, for the safety of everybody on the bus and the people on the road, to let him get on the next 12 so that the driver was no longer distraught and could also get to his destination.
Apparently there's been a civil suit over this where the defendant has sued the bus company because his rights were violated. One of the things that's not allowed in Washington is continuous riding. All riders must exit the bus within one full round trip. You can't go round and around the bus route we go. Also can't board without wearing a shirt, pants, shorts, and shoes. Crossing in front of the bus is illegal in Washington.
So
they will run you over.
What are reasons that would give you the authority to remove a person from a bus?
Objection. We may approach, Your Honor.
Actually, you can stay seated. Members of the jury, the clerk is going to take you back to the jury room. We're going to have a short discussion. And then when we're done, we'll bring you all back in.
Jury out, gloves on.
I don't anticipate this will be very long.
This is the judge.
But I'm notoriously wrong about guessing how long breaks will be.
Judge is going to set defense straight.
Mr. Rose, I'm going to have you step out here.
Okay.
Witness has been stuck in the hallway. The jury goes back to the deliberation room. And we're going to argue this out, not at a sidebar, but here on camera.
Mr. Thompson,
Your Honor, Ms. Rowe continues to ask the witness legal questions that require interpretation of law. This one, in the realm of issues, was not egregious, but it's getting there and it's a pattern. What gives him the authority is not, one, relevant, and two, she wants to know about the law. Again, she asked him if he's familiar with the law. She asked about civil rights. It's a pattern. I expressed concern yesterday that Ms. Rowe would go down this path, and she has done exactly that.
Ms. Rowe.
Your Honor, I'm simply asking questions to explore this supervisor's training. They have processes and procedures that they are trained and must follow, and according to their own manuals.
Excuse me. Are you here for court?
Yeah, I'm a witness.
Okay. Are you Mr. Navarro?
Bailey.
No, Mr.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yeah. Hang on to hold that thought, Ms. Rowe.
The other witness just wandered in the courtroom during a sidebar, and the judge is like, "You out." Hold that thought. I love this. I love these courts. Here, you're going to hear this on my interview with Joshua from Courtroom Confidential when that airs. We taped it yesterday, but little courts like this are happening all across the country. There are over 17,000 courtrooms in the United States that are almost all open to the public for every proceeding that goes on.
I don't know where.
You can find things like this that are funny, quirky. Some that are. Oh, they stopped the record. They said hold my beer. This is something that they also do. So now we have to wait for them to restart the live stream here. Just one second. Your local courtroom probably has events much like this one that happen. The courtroom is a little strange. It's a little quirky. I love it. I love all its quirks and everything else. Let's see. Did they start again? Nope, they have not started again. Well, yes, they have. Here we go.
Law and
back up.
And procedures and the training, and you were doing that. But with regard to his knowledge of the law and ins and outs of statutes, things of that sort, I'm going to sustain the objection in that regard. It's, he's going to testify as to what happened. He already has, but and you can cross-examine him on what happened and what he saw and what he did. You can talk about his training. The jury's going to hear what's alleged to have occurred. I'll instruct them on the law. It'll be up to the jury to determine whether or not they'll apply the law to the facts that they hear from the witnesses. And again, I'll instruct them on the law. And this is really not much different from like in an assault case. You would never ask, well, what actually is an assault? A victim of an assault or alleged victim of assault, what is an assault? Do you consider grabbing someone by the arm as an assault or something like that? It's not up to them. They just say what happened, and then the jury applies the law to the facts. And so stay away from questions about, do you know the statutes and what's allowed and what's not? But if you want to talk to him about his training, certainly you can do that.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Thompson, so I guess to the extent that that's clear, I'm sustaining the objection with regard to that. And Mr. Thompson, you can bring him back in. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Ms. Rowe's been directed into what she can ask, what she can't. Obviously, anything that goes into, requires legal knowledge of the law, she probably needs to steer clear of that with this witness. He's just a bus supervisor. He's been trained by his former bus supervisor. Let's bring the jury in and continue. We're probably halfway through this court. I kid you not. They go so quick. These little courtrooms, they happen all across the United States. And if you have the time, I would encourage you to stop by your local courthouse and just see what the schedule is, see what's on the docket, and drop by. Drop by and visit. See some of your local attorneys in action. See your local judges work. A lot of us have, we may vote for judges when they're up for re-election, but how many of us actually know?
You may continue.
How they are on the bench. Is this another word I pronounced wrong?
So, Mr. Rose, are you aware of the policies and procedures that for removing a person from the bus?
Many of them, yes. Are you asking like specific rules of the ride for us?
I'm asking whether or not you have a procedure, you have policies and procedures that you are familiar with that have to be adhered to before a person is removed from the bus.
Yeah, we don't remove anybody unless they're violating our rules of the ride.
And
you also can't sleep on the bus or lay down, occupy more than one seat.
You indicated that you were contacted by dispatch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And going back to the question that I just asked, can you explain the procedure that one must follow in order to remove a person from a bus?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overrule the objection. You can answer.
So, are you asking what I did, my reasoning for removing him from the bus, or the procedure?
I'm asking for what is your understanding of the procedure that must be followed in order to order someone off the bus.
Every situation is different. We arrive on scene. We see what's going on. If something is happening that is going to affect the safety of the ride, then we make a decision like I did. Every case is different. Our goal is not to just remove people from the bus. Ridership is important to us. So
at least the money.
So the procedure that needs to be followed is you arrive on the scene, mm-hmm. You see what's going on. What does that mean?
If they're violating any of our policies.
And what policies can you name off the top of your head that are violations?
Harassing a driver, not having proper clothing on, bringing on car batteries, fuel tanks, unruly behavior like profanity,
putting your feet on the
sleeping,
riding
with no destination. There's several more, but
carrying a firearm in a manner that's disturbing.
So your procedure is that you arrive on the scene, you assess the situation. Do you speak to the drivers regarding incidents?
Yep. I speak to the drivers regarding their concerns, and then I go and speak to the individual or individuals or whatever their concern is.
Okay.
Established. So you indicated that in June of last year, you were doing road duty that day.
I was.
And that is where you drive around and respond to incidents that may transpire.
Yes.
These incidents that would transpire on the bus?
They can transpire on the bus, in a bus shelter, at places like the Capitol Mall, the transit centers, anything out in the system.
Understood.
That involves intercity transit.
And you indicated that dispatch informed you that there was an unruly passenger in regards to a bike or battery. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is your, so in this incident that happened on this day, when you arrived, who did you speak to?
Maybe the battery.
When I arrived, I first spoke to the driver, and she told me her concern.
Now, do you ever call the driver before you arrive on a scene?
I do not. Dispatch speaks to them. I can hear their call, but I'm not the one speaking.
And so you arrived to the location, and what was your understanding as to what you were responding to?
The driver wasn't sure what was on the bike that Mr. Little had put on the bus. It was the size and shape of a battery, so she was concerned that it was one. That was the main reason for the unruly behavior, I was told.
But did it weigh like 40 pounds?
And what type of unruly behavior was described to you?
He was yelling up to her and harassing her.
Yelling up to the driver?
Yes.
And harassing the driver?
Yes.
And in what way was he harassing the driver?
I wasn't there.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Okay. And I'll sustain the objection.
Did the bus driver specify what type of behavior was harassing?
Objection calls for hearsay. Also relevance.
It was a yes, no. Did they specify? Yes.
Sustained.
So you were informed that Mr. Little was yelling and harassing.
Objection, hearsay, relevance.
I'm going to overrule that objection. That's just, it's not a statement.
The fact that the
It's not
prosecutor...
The question's not addressing a statement, so you can answer that question.
Please repeat it.
You responded to an incident where the bus driver alleged that Mr. Little was being
objection
harassive, unruly and harassive. Is that correct?
Yes.
Overruled. That's already been answered.
The fact that the prosecutor is like fighting this one, litigating like...
When you arrived, what
so
assessment
valiantly,
did you come to as to what had transpired?
I obviously wasn't there, so I couldn't say whether or not anything happened before I got there did happen. But once I got there and the driver told me their concern, I walked to the back of the bus or halfway to where Ken Little was sitting. And I tried to explain to him the concern that the driver had about the possible battery on the front of his bike, but he continued to interrupt me and tell me I was violating his civil rights.
Okay. There's a magic bit of info missing. We feel like the jury. Who got killed? What happened before this?
You indicated in your testimony that when you assess a situation, you assess the situation for safety. And it is your goal to hopefully de-escalate a situation where you can allow a passenger to continue riding. Is that correct?
That is always the goal.
We need that fare money.
So goal is to de-escalate and
she's narrating her notes.
Still accommodate the ride. Would that be a fair conclusion?
Yes.
Now, when you are called upon and are acting as in your duties, does assessing the situation at times do you get on the bus? Is the bus stopped?
Yes.
Makes a
And
flying leap, catches it in motion.
do you ask the driver to get off and talk with you?
I either talk to them up front while they're seated, or sometimes they get up. Sometimes we talk off the front of the bus. It's whatever they're most comfortable with.
It's like the bus couldn't go under 50 or it would explode.
So
get lowered by a
if
helicopter.
you arrive onto the scene and you speak to a bus driver while they're seated in their seat, are there other passengers on the bus?
There can be, yes.
And what do you do to accommodate the other passengers' continued ride on the trip?
So if we know it's going to be something that's very delayed, our dispatch will send out a spare bus to continue the route if the one that is currently having an issue can't continue in a timely manner. And if we have the people available, another supervisor can, if there's only one person on the bus or two that don't have any mobility devices or bikes, we can also offer them a courtesy ride if they want to take that offer.
Offer who a courtesy ride?
Any people on the bus that are being delayed.
Oh, okay. So you either bring another bus or offer the other people on the bus courtesy rides to their destination.
Right. If we know the affected bus is going to be able to continue its route after the situation is resolved.
So it seems like inherently in any incident that you respond to, if there are passengers in the bus, they're inherently delayed. And so transit authority tries to accommodate the other passengers while an investigation is going on.
Yes, we do our best to do that.
So he's saying you were the cause of the delay with your investigation, not necessarily my client. I like where she's headed with this.
Now, when you arrive and you assess a situation, you indicated that you can talk to the bus driver outside, that you could speak to the bus driver while they're still in their seat in the bus. And so you basically meet the parties involved where they're located, it sounds like.
Typically, yes. A lot of times they'll already be out of their seat. The operator, the driver will already be out of their seat by the time I get there.
Okay. Now, while this investigation is going on, do you also accommodate the passenger who's involved in an incident?
I try to. If it's somebody that is acting unruly, a lot of times just to get the bus continuing on its route and support the driver and the other people on the bus, I will offer a courtesy ride to somebody that's a biohazard or acting belligerent or whatever the case may be, unless I don't think it's safe enough for me to do so because I'm by myself with that person. But a lot of times I will do that.
Is it your normal practice to order so if you happen to arrive and the bus driver was still sitting in their seat, would you order the bus driver to get off the bus to talk to you?
It depends on the situation.
We're live, so
if I think it's going to escalate the situation further, if the driver is concerned, here's what we're talking about, then yes, I will pull the driver off and have a private conversation with them.
Do you have the authority to order a passenger off?
I do.
Before you've done any investigation?
Obviously, no, we're not going to just walk up and tell somebody they have to get off. We assess the situation.
So you indicated that you obviously wouldn't just arrive and order the person off the bus. You would have to do some form of investigation.
I explained.
Speaking to both parties.
Yes.
And this is all part of the same investigation that you're doing for the entire incident.
Yes.
Now, bringing your attention to the incident that's being addressed in this trial. What did you determine? What was the basis for your request that Mr. Little get off the bus?
So I did not witness anything that happened between him and the driver when I was not there. But when I arrived, the driver was distraught. He was also distraught. When I was trying to explain to him the driver's reasoning, he kept interrupting me and yelling at me with a raised voice. So after a few attempts of me trying to have a conversation with him, I requested that he step off the bus to have a conversation with me, which he also refused to do.
So you indicated that you made a few attempts to have him explain to you what happened?
I was trying to explain to him what the operator's concern was, and I would have been happy to hear his side. I did hear his argument, but he refused to let me explain to him the reasoning for it. I was hoping that my explaining why the driver was concerned about what was on his bike would be able to resolve the situation and we'd be able to all come to an understanding and just get back on the road, but that is not what happened.
Probably wasn't a battery.
So was it your understanding then that the incident between the driver and the passenger regarding a battery that was on a bike, was it your impression that that incident had occurred basically right before you were called?
No. When the driver had called in to dispatch, I heard that this incident had happened downtown at the transit center.
And when you responded to that location, was it downtown?
No, it was at Linwood and G Street in Tumwater.
The battery's not the issue.
And is that very close to downtown, or is that a little ways?
It's a ways. I'd say it's about 15 minutes.
So it was your understanding that, well, first of all, who made the call to have a supervisor respond?
The operator called in to dispatch, and then dispatch advised me to respond. I was already on my way because I can hear the call when a driver calls in, but dispatch also reached out to me and had me head that direction if I had not heard the call.
It appears that, so you weren't aware that Mr. Little was actually the one who asked the driver to call for a supervisor?
Correct. I had no idea who he was until he said his name to the officers when they got there.
Now, you have described the driver a few times as being distraught. What do you mean? Describe the distraught. Describe what you mean when you say she was distraught.
She had a raised voice. She was very anxious, talking fast, heavier than normal breathing. Just generally unsettled.
Those are good descriptions right there. Good witness.
So your description of the driver's distraught presentations was a raised voice, anxious, talking fast. When you contacted Mr. Little, did he talk to you with a raised voice?
He did.
Did he seem anxious about the incident?
He didn't seem anxious. He seemed angry.
Was he talking fast?
I wouldn't say he was talking fast.
But he was interrupting?
He was interrupting, yes.
And when you contacted him, did you ask him what had happened?
I don't remember for sure. This was 8 months ago.
Ooh, did you kick him off the bus without finding the facts? If he didn't break any of the rules. Yes, we need a bus song. It needs to not be the wheels on the bus go round and round, but we'll see.
So you don't remember whether you actually...
I remember having a conversation with him. I don't remember how I started it.
Do you remember ever asking him to tell you what happened?
He didn't seem interested in it. He continued to interrupt me and tell me
what happened.
That it was a violation of his civil rights by her asking what was on his bike, so on and so forth. So
might he have
been right? What?
Is it possible when Mr. Little was speaking with you, did he ask you not to interrupt him and to allow him to tell you what happened?
Sustained.
Objection hearsay.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer that question.
Seriously?
I do seem to recall maybe him saying that.
Saying what? Stop interrupting me?
Yeah.
I want to tell you what happened?
While he was interrupting me. So it was pretty hypocritical.
Stop interrupting me while I'm interrupting you.
Now, you indicated in your testimony that you were happy to hear his side.
Sure.
Did you give him the opportunity to hear his side?
We never had the chance because he refused to have a conversation with me. He just kept interrupting me and trying to interject about his civil rights.
Now, when someone raises concerns about their civil rights.
Objection.
You can complete your question.
Are there policies and procedures that you are supposed to follow?
Specific to civil rights? Is that your question, specifically to civil rights?
Specific to when someone is alleging that his civil rights are being violated. Are there any policies and procedures that you are to follow in that situation?
Specifically to that, we don't have a policy for somebody that says you're violating my civil rights. Our goal is never to violate anybody's civil rights. We want people to ride the bus. We don't care who rides the bus.
Now,
just want their money. Just say it. We just want their money.
you indicated that Mr. Little was being aggressive. Can you explain how he was being aggressive?
The raised voice. He was yelling up at the driver. He was yelling about how she speeds all the time and his general concerns, I suppose, with the driver, just acting in a very unruly way.
My battery and I don't feel safe on this bus.
Which in turn caused the driver to be anxious and caused an unsafe situation for the rest of the people on the road and on the bus.
So you didn't see him being aggressive in your presence?
No, that's how he was acting with me. That's why I wanted to have a conversation with him off the bus, away from the other passengers and the driver, and that's what he refused to do.
So the driver spoke in raised voice, seemed anxious, was able to tell you her side of the story.
Yes.
And was talking fast. Would you qualify her actions as being aggressive?
I would say at that point, yes, she wasn't acting calm and collected. She was distraught.
So being distraught equals acting aggressive? Yes or no?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
But you did just agree that the driver was being aggressive.
She was talking in a raised voice because she was anxious. He was yelling at me. There's a difference between the two.
Did Mr. Little ever inform you during your communication with him that he has a hearing problem?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor, if I may approach.
I'm going to sustain the objection and you can stay seated.
He's going to have to testify. There is a jury here. Yes, this is a jury trial. 6
Going
jurors.
back to your policies and procedures, did you offer Mr. Little a complimentary ride?
I did not. He actually walked to the front of the bus while I was outside on the phone with Central Dispatch and said he would get off the bus if I gave him a courtesy ride. However, I informed him I could not do so because I was driving a Ford Explorer and I can't fit a bike inside of that. But I did offer him to get on the next bus.
Okay.
At that point was shortly behind.
How many passengers were on the bus?
Mr. Little and 1 or 2 other people. I can't remember specifically.
Did any of the other passengers voice a concern about you being at the incident and basically holding up the bus?
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
There were 1 or 2 other folks on the bus when you arrived. Were they given courtesy rides?
They were not. We did not have another supervisor in the area to respond and perform that.
Now, are you aware that are buses equipped with cameras?
Yes, many, many cameras and audio.
2 cameras.
Have you viewed any video from the bus incident this day?
Many months ago, yes.
Write it down. It's prepared.
They're consulting amongst each other. Any more questions, Miss Rowe? Ms. Rowe?
Did you at any time ask Mr. Little to stop any specific conduct?
I believe I asked him to quit interrupting me so I could explain to him the driver's concern and maybe come to an understanding.
Did you ever ask Mr. Little to not speak to the driver? Yes or no?
I don't know that.
Did you ever ask Mr. Little to stop any specific behaviors that had occurred during the incident which you responded to?
I wasn't there for the incident, so I don't know what behaviors occurred.
So you do not recall ever asking or telling Mr. Little, please don't address the driver, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ever ask Mr. Little whether or not he had an appointment to go to? Yes or no?
No.
Are you aware from the extensive training that you went through, are you aware that before you are allowed to remove someone from a bus, you have to first ask that they stop some specific conduct?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
As part of your training,
Mary, thank you very much.
were you were trained in de-escalation?
Yes.
What are the de-escalation tactics that you use?
The best one that I always use is to try and accommodate the person that is being an issue. I try to offer courtesy rides whenever I would have gave him a courtesy ride if I was in the F-150s that we have. I just couldn't fit his bike. So typically that almost always resolves a situation when you offer somebody a ride to wherever they need to go. That's my go-to.
And so if that avenue is not available, what other de-escalation tactics or procedures do you offer?
I usually ask them to have a conversation outside the bus with me where I can tell them, hey, you're distracting the driver, or the driver is uncomfortable with you being on their bus. Can you get some fresh air and settle down and get on the next one for me? Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't.
But asking someone to leave a bus is in it while they are on their way to a destination, that is in and of itself quite inconvenient for the passenger. Wouldn't you agree?
It can be. They will not be asked to get off of a bus if they aren't doing anything, though. A huge concern of mine is the safety of everybody on the bus. And if the operator is uncomfortable with somebody on their bus, that's my top priority, is to make sure the driver is comfortable so they can safely perform their job.
So how do you handle it when a driver is uncomfortable with a homeless person who may smell by getting on the bus?
We typically will, if they do smell not good, very bad, and they are a biohazard, that's part of our policy, is that you can't ride if you're a biohazard. So a lot of times I will end up giving them a courtesy ride to the Mission downtown, or somewhere where they can hopefully get a shower and some clean clothes.
What is a biohazard?
The smell of urine stains, feces, that sort of thing, blood, vomit, any bodily fluids.
What procedures do you follow if a driver is uncomfortable with a person who is displaying mental health characteristics, presentations?
Sustained.
In your training, is a driver being uncomfortable with a passenger grounds to have that passenger removed from a bus?
It is on an
Not
airplane.
always. Sometimes I give the operator an option to let, I ask the person that they're concerned about their destination. And if they aren't acting in an unruly behavior with me, and they are, for the most part, calm, and I deem that they can just stay on the bus, and I think it's safe for the operator to continue, I will just follow them to that person's destination and make sure they get there safely without any further incident. That way, if anything does happen, I'm right there and can help with the situation.
Did you follow that option on the day of this incident?
I did not, because at that point, I did not deem it was safe for the driver to continue, because she was more focused on Ken Little than driving.
Is that Mr. Little's problem?
Objection.
Sustained.
So you're saying your bus driver was more focused on a passenger to the point where she could not continue her bus driving duties?
Correct, because Ken Little was yelling from his seat in the bus up to her.
It's hard enough to drive a bus without being yelled at. I think she has a point there.
Is it unlawful for a passenger to address a bus driver?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are there rules?
Can't ask about the law.
Publicly posted that a passenger cannot address a driver? Yes or no?
There are rules Regarding harassing a driver, yes, posted by Intercity Transit.
Welcome,
Are
Kurt,
there
and the
rules
uncivilian crew.
that prevent a passenger from addressing a driver at all?
Of course not.
In fact, it's probably safe to conclude that this likely happens at times.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Are bus drivers trained to respond or not respond to passengers?
We train them that they are informers, not enforcers. However, some operators follow that better than others. A lot of times operators will escalate situations before we get there, which makes our job a lot harder as supervisors to de-escalate.
So there are times when the operator escalates situations.
Okay, as gripping as this is right now, I have to take a brief pause. We're at almost the 6-hour mark. I have some songs to play to you about this court case.
Did you ever investigate
Sorry, that was loud.
Whether this driver escalated this situation?
Give us just a minute.
On this date.
See if we get to the end here.
We watched the video from the moment Ken Little got on the bus to the time I arrived, yes.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
Supervisors, fellow supervisors.
Mr. Little, you whisper very loud. So you reviewed the video of this bus ride with supervisors?
Yes.
Did you view the bus driver addressing Mr. Little downtown regarding the battery that was on his bike?
Yes.
Did you view the driver
All right. Mrs. Rowe, we're going to have to pause you
angrily
right there. I know it's terrible, but hang on. Let her finish the question. Spit it out.
Tell Mr. Little
Here comes an objection.
that he could just get off her bus?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Calls for an opinion.
Okay. So could you repeat the question, please?
Okay, we're going to
Did
pause.
you watch the videos of this incident, correct?
8 months ago, yes.
With your supervisors?
Yes.
This is just getting good. Hang on.
Do you remember the bus driver asking Mr. Little about a battery on his bike? Yes or no?
I remember that, yes.
Okay, we're going to pause for just a second. We have a song. We're going to hop to the new live stream, but before we do so, we've got a song to listen to. Hopefully it should play here. Come on. You got to work. There it is. Got a little song about this trial while we make it jump.
Mr. Little on the bus with a battery to spare. Bike parked in the aisle, though he didn't care. Lady driver asked him to kindly alight. his head and said, not without a fight. Oh, Mr. Little, you're a stubborn kind of guy, holding to your battery, waving civil rights high. Bus is late, but you don't seem to mind, making a scene while time falls behind. Supervisor came with the frown on his face. Police called in to settle the case. Mr. Little stayed firm, wouldn't budge an inch. Everyone watched it unfold without a flinch. Oh, Mr. Little, you're a stubborn kind of guy, holding to your battery, waving civil rights high. Bus is late, but you don't seem to mind, making a scene while time falls behind.
Oh, yeah.
15 minutes passed like it was a dream. Passengers sighed with agony's gleam. Mr. Little stood firm like the mountain's peak. None could move him. Oh, words were weak. Oh, Mr. Little, you're a stubborn kind of guy, holding to your battery, waving civil rights high. Bus is late, but you don't seem to mind, making a scene while time falls behind.
All right, so there's our song. Mr. Little on the bus. Yes, it's a bit of a causing a scene there. We are going to do a quick exit so we can restart. I'm not going to lunch. We're just stopping and restarting. I've set up the portal already, so we're going to make the jump. We're going to continue this case when we come back. We're also on verdict watch in the Collin Griffith trial, and I will bring you that as soon as it happens. They've been deliberating for 2 hours and 34 minutes already. No answer as of yet. No questions either. So let me play the little outro music. And the way this portal works is you keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times. Give it a minute in front of your screen. Once that stops and the little spinning wheel starts, eventually in chat it will say, hey, everyone's jumped to the new stream. Do you want to go? And it should move you over automatically. If not, for some reason, please click the subscribe button and ring the bell. If for some reason the portal just doesn't show up for you, because sometimes they do break, just go to the live stream on our channel page, Recovery Addict. Look for the new live stream. We'll be live in just about a minute or two, and we'll see you on the other side. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in moments, continuing our stream. You guys have a good one. We'll see you on the other side. And I made it under 6 hours. Woo!